And we're live. And the first in is Mr. Puck. Okay, Pucker. Right now. Okay, hang on. Okay, baby. We'll do that. I'm about to put on the music and stuff so that people can know that I'm on. And I'll be right in. Okay. It's been an interesting day, but okay, I'll explain that when I come in. You got me. My allergies. I was out today. I was outside. How are you doing, loves? Hmm? How you doing? Oh, it was nice out. It was beautiful. It was gorgeous. It was just gorgeous here in Ohio, in the States. Way across the pond there from some of you Aussies. Anyway, hello there. I don't know why I'm talking like that. Just for the heck of it, I guess. Wow. So I had an interesting day. And I also have some interesting findings. Um, and before I get, oh, hi, Dolly. How you doing, sweetheart? Hello, Dolly. Well, hello, Dolly. I have to do that. It's somewhere in my contract, I think. Thank you. I wasn't even trying to do that, but somehow I guess I sound a bit Aussie there. Yeah, I think I can do that. Maybe I've listened to enough. I got a little bit of Kiwi in there, though, I think. Yeah. Okay. Howdy ho. See, there goes Dolly calling me a hoe again. That's the kind of respect I get. It, I know it's because you love me. I know you love me. I love you guys too. Love y'all. Um, Bucky. Sometimes we just. Are you channeling an Aussie that doesn't want to stand in line? I don't know, man. I might have an Australian self somewhere. Might have an Aussie, and a fractal, because I've been interested in moving to Australia before, but never got there. I don't know if I'm even doing it right, but Puck could tell me. Puck could tell me if I'm doing an Australian accent right. Anyway, I don't know why. I guess I'm getting influenced. I'm getting influenced by all the Aussies that have been showing up here. Near enough. Near enough, eh? I'm rough enough for the bush lassie. The bush lassie. Oh, that's what he said. Yeah. Uh, he's there goes talking about my or the bush. There he goes talking about the bush. That isn't Aussie at all. Um, Aussie up. Oh, right. Yeah. Mm. That's the thing I liked about the Black Hole Sun video. They finally threw a Barbie on the Barbie in that one. I was waiting for that. I know. Not exactly love and light, was it? Ooh. I came in to your stream. And then I waited and nobody answered me and I fell asleep, Buck. And then I fell asleep. I came in, I typed a few things, nobody was there. You didn't answer. And then I fell asleep. I was tired last night after all that. Yeah, I know. Hey, Elderberry. I bet. But I had a feeling I was going to fall asleep because I was so tired. And that that takes something out of me to do all that, you know. It takes a bit out of me. I have to rest up. It's not a joke. Um, so anyway, there's Mr. Barry. Ooh. Okay, well that might help. Yeah, being able to see the numbers, that might help. Um, okay. Anyway, we got a few people here now, and I'll tell you a little bit. I was out in the wild today, in the wild wilderness of Ohio. I was out in the wild wilderness of Ohio. No, we don't sound like that. No, we don't. We don't. But some of the people who live here sound like this. Some of them, they came up from the South in order to find jobs. And I know that my mother's family did a while back, a long time. Uh, and they did. And that's the side that's got the American Indian on it, the Cherokee. And some of them sound like this on that side. Because they're Hicks. So we got Hicks on my mother's side. We sure enough do. Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm so sorry to hear that, Puck. That really, really, really is kind of that. Oh dear. The depression. Hmm. And it's so thick right now with a lot of people, with so many people. It's so thick. Please, if you're feeling bad, do something. But that, don't do that. Okay. Don't don't leave us. The best is yet to come. We've got good things coming. Okay? Just hold on. Just hold on somehow. And it will pass. But yes, I'll give you a card. Let me is there any particular deck you'd like? Dragons, unicorn, um what do we got? We got dragons and unicorns and regular tarot and um let's see. Wisdom of the hidden realms. Yeah, I got all kinds of stuff here. I got raise your vibration. I got learning tarot. Okay. Unicorns. Okay, absolutely. Steve, wherever you are. I'm a medium, you know, so I wouldn't be surprised if he showed up once they get wind of the fact that I can do that. Quite often they show up. So you might be able to have a chat with him tonight. I don't know if he wants to come and have a chat. I'll put all my protections up and all my protections up, but we'll have a chat if he wants. Ah, lack of self care. Well, the way you put that, it sounded otherwise. Okay. Okay. Steve, my friend, you know, you make Pupkeys missing you. What have you got to say? Through the unicorns. The spirit whisperer. Wow. Divine guidance and higher knowing. He wants you to know he's around you. If you relax enough, you might be able to see him and hear him. But he has visited you. He's visiting you. He's around you. Uh, so was it a health issue? Okay, so this is your card. And it's the spirit whisperer device, and that's me. Uh, yeah, actually, I do that. I'm a medium. It's another way to say medium. Divine guidance and higher knowing. He wants you to know he's around you. He's trying to communicate with you. He wants to have a chat with you and tell you why uh how things he was contracted to go though. It was, although it doesn't seem like it, it was his time to go. And mm, yeah, well, you know, he was it was his time to go and he did not stop it, did not want to stop it. He was tired. He's tired of this place. He was tired of it. He just depression, yeah. It's a rough place. If you're a starseed or a magical person, this can be a very rough place, very rough school. But he did go in his time. Um, and you do get an option to change that a lot of times, but he did not because he really was tired of the place. A lot of people are. I totally understand. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's a lot better. He's actually getting, looks like he's getting some care. He's, there's There's a woman and some other people around him. There's a woman who's actually came up and grabbed him by the left arm and smiles, and she's uh I'm just seeing shapes. I'm not seeing very clear forms. I'm just mostly seeing, it's hard to describe how you see things with the third eye. I think she's got light hair though, and it looks like it's kind of in a flip, you know, what do they call that? And then yeah, it's kind of flipped up or something. Anyway, she's smiling. She smiles. Her energy is she's somebody that he was very close to that went on before him. And so he's not alone. He's got friends, he's got family. He's he's sorry in a way that there wasn't any closure, you know. There wasn't any warning really, but there was a warning. There wasn't any like he's sick and he's going to die type warning, but there was warnings that he was on the way out. You already know that because when you look back, you'll be able to see that, yeah, there was warnings. Yep. Yeah, well, somebody who, yeah, that would make sense. That would probably be about right. And I see him, I'm getting the vibe from him like, I had to go. I was done. I just had it. So I wasn't fighting it. He didn't fight it at all. He just let it go. He just let go. He's going to be receiving some help now. He's going to have a lot of help. He's going to be around his friends. He's really okay. He's fine. Don't worry about him. He's going to get in touch with you from time to time. He's going to do some things that'll let you know he's around. I don't know exactly what, but he now he just got this mischievous. I just felt like this mischievous smile. He's going to let you know that he's around. And yeah, don't feel sorry for him because he's happier now. Feel happy. It says feel happy for me. I'm better now. I'm doing better. And he's finally getting some of the attention and care that he needs. His spirit is. So he's fine. He's good. He'll let you know he's around. I don't know what he's got up his sleeve, but these spirits, they can do things. Yeah. He's around people who care about him. Hmm. Well, yeah. So I'm happy for him. Yeah, it looks like he died on an up on an up note. It wasn't on a, you know, and it was easy. It was really easy. That's good. Yeah, that is a good idea. he'll probably be at it. Yeah, he'll definitely be at it. He's gonna definitely come. If you organize an online wig, he'll show up for it. Uh, sometimes we gotta be happy for them. It's like society tells us to be sad, but really, for some people, it's a wonderful thing. Their pain is over. Their pain of this life is over. For many of them, this life is painful. For me, there's been times when this life has been very painful and has been very tempting. But I know I got shit to do yet. I got some stuff to do yet. And I don't want to have to come back. I want to get it done. Yep, that was one of the signs. Hmm. Yep. Yeah, because he said, even though there were no signs like exactly physical illness or something, there were signs that he was on his way out, and that was probably one of them. Okay, that was it for sure. Yeah, so he's happy. They usually are. I I have to tell you, across the board, this is what I get when I get in touch with them. They're happy. They're okay. They're usually with their family. They're being taken care of and loved. They're out of pain. They're fine, and they don't want you worrying about them. And that is, I haven't hardly had. I don't even remember having anybody who has actually gone through the door. There are earthbounds who are miserable. If they're still hanging around the earth plane, some of them are miserable, very most of them are. But if they went ahead and went through the door, went through the portal, they're happy. They're all happy, all of them. And we don't have to worry about them. It's the rest of us here that still have to play this game. That's the tricky part. Yeah. Yep. You know what? And it's going to teach you something too. Jackie, let me ask. Mm. Ah, yes, that'll be great. That'll be great, Puck. Okay. Does their memory get wiped when they take their own life in a rough way? Unicorns, can you tell me? The diamond dreamer, material wealth, true prosperity. Mm. Well, that doesn't really answer the question. That's for somebody else. I better just ask. I better ask some of my friends who do that kind of work on the other side. What happens to people who take their lives in a rough way, their own lives in a rough way? They end up in what we would probably consider a kind of a spirit hospital. Paul's talked about that before. I've heard of that before. They end up they end up being taken care of by beings that act as kind of a buffer, kind of ease them into their new existence. A lot of times, people who have had a lot of trauma need healing on the other side. And there's a kind of a way station in between where spirits can go while they're being helped um, and healed so that they can rejoin the others. And actually, there is a review on the other side. Uh, but in the review, what it is then the person understands why all the stuff that happened. So, no, their memory doesn't get erased, actually, the other way. It gets explained to them how things happened in their life, why. Um, and they get healed so that it's not as big a part of them. And I suppose if they want to forget it, they can, because you can have pretty much whatever you want over there. If you don't want to remember that, probably you can just forget it if you want to. Like, you don't want to remember some of the stuff that crazy, painful stuff. Yeah, I would think it kind of looks like after you go through your review, that's up to you. But first, you go through the review. Hmm. Well, yeah, eventually they go. Eventually we all go back. Hmm. Well, you weren't finished, and it wasn't in your contract to leave yet, then, Elder. That's right, Puck. And one of the most important questions, two of the most important questions. Did you find joy and did you bring joy to others? And how you answer those two depend on whether you're sent back or to have a little bit longer life or go on. And I went through that. I actually had that. So there's only two of them that are really, really important. Well, here's the thing. If you find yourself in that situation, remember the most important two questions are: did you find joy? Did you bring joy to others? Those are two of the very most important questions. And yes, they're not questions necessarily, kind of like a cone almost. Not necessarily that you can answer, but uh yeah, to make you to help integrate you. Mhm. Yes. Exactly. Yeah, that's another important one. Was I a good person? I would have to say yes. I think I've been a very good person. Right, the majority. Have I always been good as in what society thinks? No. Have I been a good person as to my heart? Yeah. Well, like I said, depends on who you're asking. If you're asking me, I'm a good person. I wasn't always perfect though. Of course not. Oh yeah. It's funny, the star seeds and yeah, we're always questioning ourselves. Yeah, we're always questioning everything. Um, well, okay, now that several of you are here, okay, do I strive to be? Yeah, that makes sense. Um, Folks, I had some very interesting observations when I looked up Pluto. Uh, I don't know how I came across it. I don't know why. I was looking it up. Pluto. Oh yeah. And I guess I just saw the headline or something, and it was something about Pluto, and it was like I looked it up. When does it finally go out of Capricorn? Because it's been dancing in and out of Capricorn. It's been in Capricorn a long time. And it was in Sagittarius before that. And Pluto is upheavals. And it kind of dances in and out of the signs. It'll go into a sign and it'll stay for a while, dance back out to the previous sign, then it'll dance back into the sign. It's heading for Aquarius. And so it's going to be kind of doing a little dance between Aquarius and Capricorn for a little while. And you kind of have to know a little bit about astrology to understand the implications of that. But basically, hmm, it can be very disruptive. Uh, it can it's you learn very deep lessons during Pluto's transit. It is the planet, after all, of death and rebirth. Um, Pluto was the god of death, so or in some beliefs is the god of death. Um, so I looked at the dates when he's coming in and out of Capricorn. And those are all very major dates for our country, all of them. And when I look back at the past, they were major dates in my life. In my life. Now, I should tell you that although I was born Ophiuchus, or in standard astrology, Sagittarius. That leads into Capricorn if in your progressed chart. So I'm a progressed Capricorn, which means Pluto has been dancing around in my chart for years. And it's like a 16-year cycle or something. It's huge, long cycle, because it's one of the very far out planets. So in my life, most of my life, it's been effing around with my life all this time, you know, most of my life. Um, all told, probably 35, 40 years, which just about corresponds to when I had my death and revival. So short, so, I'm looking at it and going, oh, and looking at the dates. I mean, what happened in this year and what happened in that year and what happened to me. I'm like, oh shit, that's what's been going on. Because I've been thinking, what the hell? What the, with some of the stuff. Well, one of the things I'm doing in this life is I'm tying up all the loose ends because I don't want to have to come back here. I'm also so over this. It's, I'm finally getting to the point where I can look at it and say, well, once we make it to New Earth, I'm probably going to be okay with it. I probably won't have any problem then coming back if I want to. But I'm getting a lot of reads like this can be your last life if you want it to be. And I'm like, okay. So at this point, yeah, and I might come back for a visit when we get things a little bit more, a little bit less crazy. Yeah. Um. Yeah, and I think really, well, we all are a summation of our experiences, and I think the people we've been close to are always there. They're always going to be a part of us because they were a part of our experience here. And no doubt, uh, we've known each other in many lives. So, uh, I don't think as long as their memory lives, there is a part of them still living. And of course, they interact with us. They interact with the living all the time. The living don't understand that all the time. Cowboy, your hair. There he is. Spreading love, purrs, and all kinds of hairs all over my. I tell you, I have to daily defer the bed. But I love him. He never stops shedding. He sheds. He sheds all year. Yes. My little baby cake doesn't have a shedding season. He just sheds all year. Yes. That's okay. I love him, so he can do that. So I have to defer the bed. And he gets up my nose sometimes, but that's my baby. That's my little marshmallow. My little Manxie Mella kitty. My Manxmella. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. He's a happy cat. He is really a happy cat. Hey, Freedom Grower. How you doing? Ooh. If you play your cards right, you'll be on your way to the full eclipse. Well, Dolly, I'm going to be right in the path of it. I'm just hoping we actually have some clear skies. It's going to be coming right through our area. Very, very close. Near Kentucky. Yeah, see, I'm up in Ohio. I'm not very far from, yeah, the path is going to be coming very near us. So chances are, if the sky is not overcast, I will be watching the eclipse. And last time I watched with my friend Tanya, who I haven't heard from for ages. It might paint the camper blue, just in case. Yeah, if I had a house, I'd be painting the roof blue, I'll tell you right now. And the right shade of blue. Oprah's house blue. Yeah, yeah. Rich people house blue. That should be that should be a Sherwin and Williams color, right? And it should be a paint color. Rich folks house blue. Rich folks roof blue. Right? Or elite roof blue. Right? Privileged roof blue. Or maybe just roof blue for those in the know. Right? Oprah roof blue. There you go. Hey, Ken. Here's the koala Rotman himself. It wouldn't be as sibilant if we called him Drop Bear Ken. Koala Ken sounds better. So, yeah, I would say that's what we need to do. We need to find out the exact color that all that blue stuff was that didn't get burned. Paint our car roofs, our cars, hell, I bet there's going to be a run on blue cars. Blue car. Any of you see Blazing Saddles? You remember Frau Blucher? And then the horses would go, Every time they said Blucher. Okay, so what we all need to do is we need to get us some blue cars. Yeah. So, oh, wagon breath. How you doing, sweetheart? Yeah, the drop bears. You got snowdroppers. They steal knickers off of clothes. What? Ladies' knickers off clotheslines? What? Oh, that's right. Y'all still have clotheslines. Yeah, some of us still do here up here too. Uh, well, for some reason, my friend, the blue things in Lahaina didn't get burned, but everything around them did. And the funny thing is, that would indicate a laser because somebody showed that. So there's a famous video about that now. The effect of a laser beam on different colored surfaces. And it left the blue untouched. So you tell me what you think of that. Hey, the Countess is in. The Count and Countess. Yes, I certainly will, dear. As a matter of fact, everybody send Chloe some healing. Cowboy, honestly. Mm, hairs up my nose. Anyway, yes, right. Okay, Chloe, this is what I want you to do, my love. Sit on your bed, and if your bed is near a wall, or you can do this on your headboard, and I want you to lie on your back and put your legs straight up against the wall and just lie like that for a while to help the draining go down, help the drain. And then I also want you to use hot and cold. So if you have a shower or something, you can use first hot water, then cold water, then hot water, or you can do that with ice packs and warm packs and whatever, or you can just about a bucket of water, okay? But try hot, cold to get stuff to drain, and and also take it from somebody who's had leg swelling like you wouldn't believe, okay? Used to have it very badly. And then I would say get yourself some Regal Detox, but I don't know if you want to do that. I get yourself some Regal Detox. Something must have gotten, you must have got a hold of something that it wasn't good for you. Did you get a bite or something? Yeah, it's a good anti inflammatory. Let's see. apple cider vinegar, cinnamon, ginger. Get yourself some ginger tea, mhm, something like that. That's a good anti-inflammatory. All the anti-inflammatory stuff. And you can just look online, find all the anti-inflammatory stuff. Um, mhm. Because inflammation is what I've been fighting is swelling. I've been fighting that for years, sweetheart. And I know a lot of tricks, or I wouldn't still be here if I didn't know a trick or two. Yep. Mm. So, mm, well, yeah. What some people used to do is cut onions, what grandma used to do for like flu and stuff. Uh, you would slice onions and you would get a white sock and you would, you know, stick the onions to your feet and carefully put on the white sock to hold on the onions on your feet. And then you'd sleep with that. And when you wake up, the onions are black and you feel better. So goes the ancient wisdom. Epsom salts, that's another one. There's all kinds of things you can do for that. Hola Coca Cola. Oh, Coca Cola, I only use that for like getting the rust and the grease off of stuff. I don't drink that shit. My grandma toured the factory and she saw it etching the stainless steel barrels that they made that stuff in, and she said, "Ain't none of my kids drinking that shit." And then she told all her kids, "And don't you let my grandkids drink that shit either." You didn't want to mess with grandma. She had iron pans. She swing them around too. You didn't want to mess with her. Hmm. Elevating the feet. Hmm. So one with all is in. Hi, honey. Last time you had a bath was back in 2000. That might explain how it is that you're single, Ken. That was a joke. Iron pants? Iron pans. She slung them iron pans around. She was the head cook of a four-star restaurant. She cooked in iron pans. This was during the Great Depression. They were heavy. She had big muscles. She was one of those women that had great big muscles because she cooked with iron pans and she slung those around all day. When she was younger, she had big old muscles and yep.
Those women, my mom did too, actually. My mom had good muscles in her arms for a long, long time. Ken has good mushrooms. Yeah, if he hasn't had a bath since 2000, they're probably growing all over him. I'm kidding. But Ken, you started it. Okay, I'm teasing. Only showered every other place. Well, then that's different. Yeah, cast iron. I tell people it's worth it to learn to cook in cast iron. I can tell you some things. Yeah, ask me. I may even make some videos about it. They're one of the healthiest things to cook in, either cast iron or stainless steel. Anything else, and you're kind of risking your life, okay? You're risking getting poisoned because the all of the crap that they put on the aluminum pans, all of it is crap. It's eventually going to wear off, get in your food, and then that's not good for you. And then the stuff they bond it on with is also toxic. And then aluminum is also not good for you. And so there is nothing about a nonstick aluminum pan that is really good for you. Okay, at all. However, once you get a nicely seasoned cast iron pan, it has a nice biopolymer on it. That's because you've been coating it with bacon grease, right? And that's what you coat it with, okay? You get yourself some animal fat and coat that pan. You can use plant fats too, but I consider my grandma's way of taking care of it the better way. I mean, she was the expert. So I do it her way. And I use bacon grease. And I condition the pans every now and then. I grease them with bacon grease all over everywhere so they don't rust. And then I cook in them a lot. And the more you cook in them and you put grease in the pan when you cook in them, the better they get and the thicker that biopolymer gets. And the biopolymer is 100% non toxic, natural, and won't hurt you. And if it comes up and gets on in your food, it's not going to hurt you. And all of it needs seasoned, even the pre-seasoned. Don't you believe them? If it's absorbing anything at all, it's not seasoned well enough. Your pan should not be absorbing anything except grease. That's all. If it's absorbing anything else, your pan isn't seasoned well enough. So, and then you can cook any fucking thing in it, okay? Anything at all. It won't hurt it. It doesn't matter if it's a high acid food, if it's a this, if it's a that. And then you can also clean it properly, which you can't do with Teflon shit. Okay. So you can clean it properly with a little bit rougher, scrubbing things. I wouldn't recommend a Brillo pad. And, there's really, once you get them well seasoned, you don't need a Brillo pad on. You, um, but one of those silver scrubbies is pretty much all you need for them, and soak them a little bit. But honestly, yeah, yeah. You might want, there are anti-inflammatory things to listen to. Yeah. Wild West wash from a sink. Well, if you're thorough. Yeah, bacon grease. Yep, that's what I do. Well, if anything doesn't want to come off, what you do is you burn the pan. Then it turns to charcoal and you just scrape it off and then you wash it and it's fine again. That's the beauty of it. Oh, something's burnt on the pan, you can't get it off? Put the pan on the stove or in the oven. Turn the oven on self-cleaning. Clean your oven and your pan at the same time. Or put that pan on the stove, let it get nice and burnt. All of the food will turn to charcoal. Now you can get it off really easy. The pan will not be harmed. Aluminum can catch fire, but you're not going to catch an iron or a steel pan on fire. So, because I've had people say, "What? You're oiling the other, you're greasing the outside, won't it catch on fire or something?" It's like, no. Iron pans don't catch on fire. Come on. Easy to clean, very easy. Very heavy, but easy to clean. That's why they started making stainless steel. Oh, well, if you leave it and let it soak through the grease, the bio polymer, maybe if it starts eating through the biopolymer, but I never had a problem. I'm never because I make a lot of overnight. I used to make a lot of overnight spaghetti, so I never had a problem. But then again, it got eaten really fast too after it finally got served. So rarely was it a leftover. Very much of it was leftover. Yeah, they're heavy, but they're worth it trouble. And hey, why go to a gym? Just have iron bands. You'll have arm day down in no time. Yeah, mine never rusts anymore. Oh. Oh, you rust yours off on purpose because it got 60 years of crud. Yeah, you can't ruin an iron pan. You can never do. They're never really ruined. You can always bring them back until they are melted down to slag in a volcano or something. They're or under a solar death ray. I don't know how they do, but until that happens, they're fine. Yeah, you can bake in it. You can cook in it. People say, it's like one of my friends. Yeah, can you make macaroni and cheese? Sure, you can make macaroni and cheese in it. Cheese, why not? Make anything you want in there. And I mean, and not only that, but I mean, if the chips are really down, it's a good weapon. I mean, you smack somebody with one of those and they're going to be down for the count. Smack somebody in the head with one of those, they'll be down for the count. My grandmother, if she'd start swinging those pans, it's like nobody'd argue with her. You didn't want those pans would make a lasting impression on your butt. Nobody wanted that. Nobody wanted that smoke. Mhm. Mhm. There you go, that's right. Lye soap, exactly. Yep. Lye plus fat. Yep. Or rather ash plus white ash plus fat. Yep. Soap. Oh, yes. I make really good lamb leg, let me know. Well, yeah, listen to your grandmother. Yeah, exactly, Dolly. Yeah. Look, she came up from the South. She had 8 kids. She worked and became head cook at a five-star restaurant to support those kids because her husbands were not really much help. And she, uh, she was kind of a tough lady, but she was fair, and she was a loving grandma, but she wasn't a doting grandma. She wasn't one of those that gave you a bunch of toys and crap. No, no. But she loved you. She'd have you on her knees. She'd hug you. She'd listen to your troubles and dry your tears. Make sure your mom didn't kill you. That kind of thing. It was one of her things. She would say, "A little dirt don't hurt." You know, the women would be calling her, and the family would be calling her up. The moms would be calling her, huh? I did a bit, eight, whatever. Don't worry, it's just gonna improve it's not gonna hurt 'em. It'll just make them stronger. And, really, it is true. Yeah. If folks lived in the depression, you're gonna live too. And they figured out how to do so many things with so little. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, fats from butter and beef or just normal for, um, well, natives too, and yeah. Cholesterol is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing. But mine isn't high, even though I eat animal fats all the time, every day, every single day. Every single day, either have bacon or sausage or something like that, or maybe a bit of beef fat or pork or whatever. Every single day, my cholesterol was perfect. My whole blood panel was perfect. Everything was perfect. It's really different than what they try to tell us to scare us. Ooh, cool. You know what? Um, in Timu, I found some solar ones that that will charge from solar, uh, and I might get. And Jason was showing me his power banks today. He took me out to the countryside today. Borrow pits. Ah! Yeah, I know. I don't measure much of anything either. It's just, that much, this much, look, that much, see? Mhm. Yeah, well, a lot of us who cook a lot and we really enjoy cooking, we don't measure shit. We don't measure nothing. We just eyeball everything. We don't need no fucking measuring cups. We don't need no badges and we don't need no measuring cups. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's how the natives do it up here in Native America. We knew a guy that people would tell him when there was roadkill, when they'd see roadkill, because he'd come and get it, whether it be a possum or a raccoon or a deer or a whatever. He'd come and get it. He was funny. He was a red hair. He was a ginger Indian. Was ginger Native American. He finally left America and moved to Micronesia. Last I heard, he said Micronesia was better. Oh, I bet you the old, you know what? Some of these old recipes are really bizarro. Yeah, you'll taint it. Absolutely, you don't want to do that. You don't want to get anything from the gut or the guts. Yeah, you don't want anything from the guts. Yeah, there was for a while there was a series of books because there was also the joy of sex and the joy of this and that because it was kind of a winning book. So one of them, I guess, was a hit seller. So everybody was naming their book The Joy of whatever. Okay. I remember that. Um, the other thing I wanted to tell you was about the Sasquatch. And I think I have told you on a few shows. I've been in touch with Mother Sasquatch. She seems to be I don't know, maybe there's a patriarch too, but she seems to be the matriarch of the clan that's around here because she seems to be the one that always speaks for them. So she's been getting back in touch. I've been feeling her presence. And I said, "Hey, howdy," and gave her a mental hug. And they're around here and they're friends. They're friends of mine now. I realize that they're kind of like family. They've known me all my life, is what they tell me. And they've kind of looked after me when I was in the forest because I used to play in the forest as a kid and it was so quiet. And that's why, because there was Sasquatch watching over me. was so quiet, and there were no. I didn't. I didn't see very many animals in the forest, but when there's Sasquatch around, there aren't many animals because they they don't hang around. But last time, uh, Jason took me out to a certain park, and we were gonna test our drones because we got our drones off Timu free for some game or some I don't know, sign up something, free drones. And so he took his drone up and he wanted to see how high it would go. But the problem is if you get out of the range of the drone, of the controls, it'll just start to go. It'll just go wherever the strongest signal is that it finds. And he's lost more than one that way. And so it flew over in a tree. His drone flew over in a tree and got stuck in a high tree branch. And we couldn't get it down. We were trying to shake it down. He had what? A slingshot, trying to get it down, trying to hit the branch and not the object because obviously that would break it. Trying to get it down without it being broken. And you know what? He finally had to leave it up there because we had to go. And I said, "Well, it's no problem. I'll just ask the Sasquatch to get it down for you." And he laughed and thought that was funny. I said, "Hey, if anybody's listening, if you're listening, can you please get that down for us when we'll be back for it?" You know? And he thought that was just a joke. He thought it was just a joke. Guess what? We went back today and he's decided he's got his fishing pole. He's going to try and fly a fish for that thing to bring it down. Or, he's got a gun with blanks. He's going to try and bring that branch down to get his drone back. We get there. He parks. He looks up at the tree and he goes, "It's gone." I said, "Whoa, it's gone. Yeah. And there's a branch broken off." Oh, okay. Because it was really tangled in the branches. He says, "You know what? I bet it's on the ground." I said, "I bet it is." And he goes over, and sure enough, it's laying on the ground. He's like, "Gee, I wonder how that happened." I said, "Duh. I asked the Sasquatch to do that. They were nice enough to give you your drum back." He goes, "Come on." I'm like, "Well, I did. And there it is. The branches broke off. Do you think it just fell off by itself?" He says, "Well, yes, something broke it off." I said, "Your drone is on the ground. It was tangled in branches. The branch is broke. Your drone is back. I asked the Sasquatch and they were nice enough to give you your drone back, to get your drone down for you." And he's like, "Yeah, right, whatever." It's like, okay, fine. Wait until more stuff like that happens, okay? I forgot to leave him something. I'm so sorry, Mama Sasquatch. She says it's okay. She's giving it, it's okay, dear. I'll leave you something. I'll leave you something out by our way. I'll leave you some stuff. You're so sweet to me. You guys are really sweet to me. I feel so much love coming from our Sasquatch around here. They're actually good people. Mhm. Yeah. And then he goes, well, yeah, we did hear that sound that kind of sounded like Sasquatch around here one time. This is that, I mean, we were driving through the area. I saw the tree breaks. The tree breaks is how they mark the trails, right? I mean, do people know this or am I telling you something new? Um, Camping out on a French island? Sasquatch? Hey, Project Skyfalls, how you doing? I'm a Sasquatcher. I'm a Sasquatcher. Um, I am not a Sasquatcher, actually. I don't look for them. I don't like go out and try to find them, but I always find them somehow. I find their um, signs. Now, I'll tell you. Oh, you're welcome, Puck. Okay, I'm going to try and explain this. Oh yeah, the froggy. I can call in things. Yeah, I can do that. But okay. Well, Project Skyfalls, did you hear the story? Jason lost his drone got tangled in a tree and he had to leave it there and we went away and I asked, but not before I asked the Sasquatch, hey, do you mind if can you get that down for us? I was thinking Sasquatch could do that real easy, just snap. Well, we went out there today and yeah, the branch was snapped off and it was on the ground. You got it back and I saw the tree breaks and I saw the tanglefoot. Now, if y'all don't know about that, I'll explain it. You know about the tree breaks and the tanglefoot? Mm. So, what the tree break is, I figure, or maybe they told me. Maybe they were beaming this at me. Maybe they were thinking this to me. But you'll see a tree broken, but it will still be attached by some bark. And it will be a fairly, a tree that is too big usually to be broken by a human that way. But it looks like it was just snapped off, but not all the way off. And it's attached by some bark, and whichever way it's pointing, that branch is pointing, is the path. It's the trail. It's like a street sign. It's like an arrow saying, go that way. Okay? So I saw a bunch of those out there. It was a place called West Branch Park. I think it's a state park. So then I'm looking at the tree break. I'm looking at the tanglefoot. Now, what tanglefoot is, and this is something that they let me in on, but other researchers have found this to be the case. Tanglefoot is when they take a whole bunch of saplings or trees, tree trunks, fallen trees, whatever, break them off, whatever they do, however they do it. But they take a whole bunch of tree trunks and just strew them all over around their area like pixie sticks. And then the weeds and stuff grow up over them. And then it makes it hell for a human to try and get through there, right? Because you can like break your ankle every 5 minutes. It's very dangerous to walk through Tanglefoot. You better know what you're doing. So the Tanglefoot is basically like a natural, um, kind of like a natural defense around a territory. And it's usually like if they've got young in the area that they're trying to, keep people out of the area, out of an area. Maybe they've got some kids that are playing in that area. Maybe they're up doing something in that area. Well, it's very hard for you to walk through Tanglefoot, but it's easy for them. So they'll just strew, great big trees around like pixie sticks. And when you see that, you're in their territory. When you see the tree break and the pixie sticks, you're in their territory. And that is the information that I got from them. So, mhm, mhm. Oh, a purple buck? Mm, purple's my color. Um, so they've got their own natural, it's like their own natural bivouac. They got their own um, defenses. They're natural. They're, nothing that's going to really. It's interesting how they think. They've got all of these ways that are very, how can I say, elegant, but simple, primitive, but elegant ways of communicating. They're very good that way. Or at least Mama Sasquatch is. Aren't you, my friend? Oh, she's a sweetheart. She really is. I can hear her now or feel her. They're up by the Twin Lakes. They love it up there. That's where we were today, up by these two lakes that are joined. Um, it's beautiful country. A lot of wilderness, good fishing, good hunting. Ohio's beautiful that way. And all I could think of as we were driving was how lucky I am to live where I do in a place where I'm only maybe 15, 20 minutes away from some of the most beautiful parkland. Some of the most beautiful wilderness, beautiful farms, beautiful wilderness. Farms are just 5 minutes away from here. There's a park. Heck, in just about every dimension, you can get to a park in maybe 5, 10 minutes or sooner. Uh, you want to get to a bigger park? You're talking maybe 20 minutes. And it's beautiful. It's wetland, beautiful wetland. In the summer, it's green, 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 green. In the fall, it's beautiful colors, just gorgeous. And even in the winter, when all the leaves are down, it still has its own beauty. So I live in a wonderful place in that regard. The winters have gotten less fierce, which I'm happy about. And I'm told that they will be trending towards less fierce than, than in previous years, because in my graduating year, we had people dying on the road from exposure from massive blizzards that actually killed people. So, yeah, they had in the caves. Yeah. I want the Sasquatch channel. What? Dogman. You know what? I'm not sure if I'm in touch with any dogman, but I sure as heck met Anubis. He happens to be good friends with my friend from South Africa. I didn't realize when he came into our circle. But yeah, he's huge. Um, I know that sounds crazy. I wasn't the only one to see him though. And of course, he was a sort of quote unquote dog man. Saint Christopher, one of the early saints, he was a dog man. Yes, that's the way he was described. And that's the way he was painted in the earlier pictures. Then they humanized him, but he was a dog man. I believe it was Christopher. Right, I manifested it too, Project C. We're going to manifest all kinds of things like that. I think it was, oh, maybe it was Francis, not Christopher. It was Francis. Yeah, St. Francis. Yeah, it was St. Francis. What was I thinking? I think Paul said it wrong. I think Paul said that today and it got in my head, but yeah, it was Francis, I think. You're right. And he was actually a dog man. And they made him look more human in later on, but in the beginning he was a dog man. So yes, they knew about dog man. And yeah. Yeah, the saint of animals. Yeah. And actually, dogmen are described by some early explorers on this continent found dogmen. And they were just very remote. They lived separately in their own tribes, but found them to be, they're very tall, and they found them to be basically good people, honest, good people, and very good with animals, which would basically be St. Francis of Assisi, right? St. Francis of Assisi, that would make sense. So, yeah, St. Francis. Weed for wine, that's good. Yeah, they were, like, up to 10 feet tall, I think they were, like, at least 7, 8 feet tall. Yeah. So they were good with animals, and they were actually rather peaceful and if not threatened. Mhm. But they certainly were not vegetarians. I bet he could. You know, they have been doing terrible things to the Tibetan monk monasteries and stuff, and those places are very old. That's right. They did. They lived among humans at one time. Some of them lived among humans, and they um, people knew about it. And now we're not allowed to know about it. Yeah, the dog men like really to be on their own. Mhm, mhm. Cynocephaly, Lugaroo. I thought Lugaroo was a werewolf. I don't know. But I know there are dog men. There sure are. I know Anubis is real. That means probably the other ones are too. And all of the old ones can shift their shape. Um, Seems like they can all do that. They can be whatever size they want to be. Hey, James. I don't know. You know, I have a feeling that Dogman and Sasquatch probably avoid each other to not really avoid each other, but they stay out of each other's way probably. I would be very surprised if that wasn't the case because both of them are kind of off to their own. You know, they like to keep to themselves, both of them. Yeah. Apparently Neanderthals had pets. It's not hard to believe. As a matter of fact, people have domesticated foxes in as little as 20 years. And when you domesticate a canine, the the ears drop and the tail comes up. In a wild animal, the ears are up and the tail comes down. Uh, in a domesticated animal, the tail starts to come up and the ears come down, usually. So the foxes within 20 years looked a lot different from the originals. And so animals can actually evolve in 20 years or less. Imagine that. And it has something to do with adrenaline. If they are in a domestic situation, They do not have the need to be so reactive all the time and so on guard all the time. And that eventually makes the changes that make them more social, more interested in social rather than survival. So, what puts us in survival mode is when something cues that um, adrenaline. Now, here's the interesting thing: is it makes big physiological changes in animals to have the adrenaline rush all the time or not. Okay, to always have to be in fight or flight quite often or not, and the domestic ones not. Okay, so quite often um, I wonder to myself, why are they putting us in fight or flight? By them putting us in fight or flight all the time, which is what they do, what these people are doing that seem to be running things. They're constantly using fear porn because they like that loose, and they got to have that. And so, what is that doing to us? If that is part of what evolution comes from, or I wouldn't even call it evolution, they call it something else, adaptation. Well, okay, Ken. I didn't know that. That thylacines will kill a kangaroo for food. Well, it makes sense. So the Neanderthals might actually been the original ones to domesticate the wolves. Yeah. Well, we would anthropomorphize them in art because of that, and also because they were anthropomorphic. There were human dogs running around. They were dog people. So both. Well, humans, I'm sure, are quite different than they were originally. But if our hormones and things like adrenaline and so on and so forth trigger these changes, and changes can happen very rapidly, unlike the theory of evolution, which says long, slow change. That's bullshit. It can happen very rapidly within 20 years. One, then, yeah, things could have been quite different. And then all of a sudden, boom, bam, within a generation or two or three, everything's different. Well, so science says. But no, from the way that evolution that I always heard it, they are trying to say we have all of the steps. They don't have all the steps in between. Like, for instance, they're looking for the missing link between Neanderthals and they're for between the different and here what they're finding really is not some long, slow, gradual. No, they're finding all of a sudden species popping up out of nowhere, like the hobbits. They found a species they're calling another species of humans. They're calling the hobbits that don't seem to have any precursor, and nor anything after them. They just kind of there in the fossil record, just boop. That's what I mean. It's like they're not accounting for that. I think the missing link was a star person, frankly. The reason there ain't no missing link because the missing link ain't what they looking for. They ain't looking right. Um, yeah, keep it quiet, like giant bones, like nobody knew except the Native American population and a few of the magical people. Nobody knew that the bones that came out of they didn't make a great big deal out of it that the bones that came out of the Indian mound down here were giants. Denisovian, yeah. Yeah. It's a kind of it's closer to a mutation adaptation than it is evolution. I think we do adaptation all the freaking time. You know what? I didn't know that, but it does not surprise me. Well, now remember, the Sasquatch are partly human. They are related to us, and we know this for a fact because people have managed to get a hold of some DNA, some of their hair, and some other things, and have managed to get a hold of that and get it tested in a lab. The mitochondrial DNA is female. The male part of the genome is unknown. Okay. And that is the same thing that happened with the star child. Remember the star child, tiny little skeleton they found? People were trying to say it was a fake or it was a baby or it was a blah, 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 deformed baby or whatever. But actually, when they got the testing, it was the genome, the mitochondrial DNA from the mother was human. The father was unknown. They didn't have it in the banks. What do you want to bet? Star child. So, will animals be humans? What do you mean by that project? I'm not quite sure what you're asking. I know a lot of Sasquatch people. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say. Humans are a type of animal. But do you mean non-human to human? Sure. Why not? You contract for things before you come. If you contract to be a cat, then you're a cat. You thought it was a fée? Oh, fée? Might be. Well, they evolve into humans. I doubt they will evolve into exactly humans, if you mean physically, but they might evolve into an evolved human like form of the animal. Yeah. Like we've already got cat people, though. You see, some of these things we already have. We already have dog people. We already have cat people. Are they an evolved dog or cat? I don't know. Maybe. Are they hybrid? Maybe. Remember, back in the old days, they could do the hybrid thing, although we can't do it as easily now. There were, I guess, rules put up that we cannot do it the same way that they used to do it, but now they are finding ways to do it. Tuatha De Danann, yeah. Well, of course, the tiny people, yeah. They still live here and there. Probably live out here too. It depends on which chimpanzees you're talking about too. Are you talking about the ones that most people know about or the bonobos? The bonobos are kind of like we would have been if we never were tweaked. They're the closest to us, really. They act a lot like people act, if you ask me. They have a lot of things, a lot more in common than the other chimps to us. I think really, if you look at bonobo life, you're looking at what we'd be like if we hadn't been tweaked. Who knows? Maybe we were bonobos before we were tweaked. Maybe that's what we actually were. I don't know. But who knows? Maybe, um, maybe Sky Falls. Maybe that's what we're actually looking at. Hello, Lewis. How you doing? Well, I don't know about that because we probably evolved differently on different planets. Like, for instance, there are already cat people. We don't see them around here too much. And there are dog people. But did they evolve here? Probably not. And there are lizard people. Did they evolve here? Yes. From what we can tell, the lizard people did evolve here. But did the dog people? We're told that the dogs came from elsewhere, and so did the cats. The cats came from Lyra. Dogs came from Sirius. So my guess is that's where they evolved. Mm. You know what? Chimpanzees really can be dangerous as hell. Really, there are people who have found that out, much to their apes in general can be freaking dangerous. They're more evolved than we are for this planet. No, not evolved. Adapted, not evolved. Strike that. Adapted is what I meant to say. Every ape, every ape, including chimpanzees, are better adapted to Earth than we are. Think about that. When I found this out years and years and years and years ago, it led me down the path of thinking, we didn't evolve here. This is not where we came from. Yeah, I call us opportunistic omnivores. That's what I call humans. They say, oh, no, they're supposed to be herbivores. I know they're supposed to be They're opportunistic omnivores. They will eat whatever they can get to adapt. They will adapt by eating whatever in the area. They'll figure out some way to eat. Where's my proof? Where's my proof? How many places have people colonized where the food wasn't that great? In fact, what is it, Iceland? Where there wasn't much to eat except a poisonous shark, but they figured out how to, or some kind of poisonous fish, and they figured out how to bury it in the sand, and then it has to rot, and then something, they have to dry it, and it tastes absolutely vile, horrible, but they eat it. It's their national food. They adapted to that. They adapted. Yeah, the tools and fire give you a phenomenal power, doesn't it? No, it doesn't mean necessarily technological. A different countess? Not our countess? Yeah, that's what I say. One of our biggest talents is adaptation. We can adapt to all kinds of things. We adapt. That's what we do. Humans adapt and survive. That's our best skills right there. We will adapt to any fucking thing, any damn thing. We will adapt to it, any situation we're put in, right? As much as possible. People have been thrown into some pretty god awful situations. They've managed to adapt, even if they have to eat something that's absolutely awful. They'll find some way to survive it. Hmm. Yeah, you have to actually ferment. Yeah, it is shark. Yeah, it is shark. That they have to. It's like it is the nastiest, horriblest tasting stuff. They say very vile tasting, but they needed to live. They needed something to eat. They needed the protein. So what happened? They learned how. They figured out a way. Well, that's wonderful, Ken. Maybe you have a different kind of aura about you, right? Yeah, we adapt to hot weather, we adapt to cold weather, we adapt to dry, we adapt to wet, we adapt to every kind of thing. Mountains, we adapt to valleys, we adapt to everything. We adapt. That's what we do. We're really good at it. We've spread out really far. and done really well. Some of us live in icy terrain where there are almost no plants ever, and all there is to eat is meat, and we live on meat alone. Some people live in places where it's easier to just eat the fruit and the vegetables, and they don't get much meat if ever. So, yeah, we do all that. We do all that. Some people have adapted to certain plant lectins, and some animals have adapted too. Some animals have adapted to very, very toxic plant lectins to humans. So, and some animals use the plant lectins to ward off predators and spit them back up to ward off predators. Oh my goodness. One bird hit the power line and lit the grass on fire. Whoa. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Puck. Every ape is better adapted to this planet than we are. And I mean physically. Except for our brains, we are wimps. Okay? If it weren't for our tool making and reasoning adaptations, we'd be toast. Okay? Because we don't have the kind of muscles. I mean, any ape, even a chimpanzee half your size, can rip you to shreds, can rip your face right off, can rip you limb from limb, Puck. Even if he's half your size. Physically, they're better adapted to this place. But us, our adaptation is different. It comes from thinking. Ooh, Lewis. Yeah, we generally we're opportunistic omnivores. We'll eat whatever doesn't eat us first. And sometimes we'll even try to eat that before it manages to completely eat us. Hmm. Oh, there's a new Sasquatch movie. Cool. You know what? It's funny. Hey, Woo Riders. How you doing? Oh, good. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, raw garlic is good. Don't forget your honey and lemon. Yep, that's true. Some chimps eat meat too. It's true. When they can get it, they eat it. So do, what do they call them? Orangutans. They will eat meat. They certainly will. Yep, that's true. Bombardier fire beetle, exactly. Lewis, did you hear about Sasquatch got uh Jason's drone down from a tree for us? But he ain't admitting it though. He doesn't want to admit that. But he does admit that it was around that area where we were. that they heard sounds that might have been that sounded like what they say Sasquatch sounds like. I believe that. I tried to tell him. I asked them, and they were nice about it. They got it down for us. Ah, well, that's nice, Ken. Yeah, we kind of adapt ourselves. Yeah, we hope the Squatch remember that we are friends, not food. Perhaps, Puck. A laundry possum. What is a laundry possum? Hey, Mark the Ark Spark. Smelled cabbage. Hi. Oh yeah, the zombies, the phone zombies. You know what? I did do some art with phone zombies. I gotta find that someday and let you see it. We don't know. He's gonna have to recharge it to find out. But it was intact. It was intact and unentangled from the tree branch and just lying there on the ground. And the branch was broken off. So that wasn't random at all. And he's going, "Oh, come on." And I'm like, "Oh, no, I asked for you on your behalf." I said, "Oh, do you mind getting that down for us?" I asked them, and they were nice enough to oblige. You can at least say thank you. Come on, I'm saying thank you on his behalf. So I'm the one that asked. We don't know if it's broken, but it went out of control. But Jason has a tendency to see how high the drone can go. And I hate to tell you, when it gets out of range, it'll go to any signal it can get. And the closest, strongest signal, which might be a radio tower. That's how people lose drones. This one went up in a tree and got tangled. Nikki Haley finally dropped out. Yeah, well, she had to. There was nowhere left for her to go after losing in her hometown. Huh? Yep, she dropped out last week, or at least a week or more ago. Oh, you think Sasquatch? I don't think so. No, no, Lewis, because it wasn't brought down. The branch was snapped off that it was in, that it was tangled up in. It just flew into a branch and got all wrapped up in the branches, these little bitty branches. And when we came back, the limb was snapped off and it was on the ground, not tangled in the branches. Unless you're saying they snapped the branch off, but I don't know why they would do it with frequency when they could just reach up and do it. If it was, if I was them, I'd just reach up and go, snap, here you go. Oh, I love sugar gliders. They're so cute. Yeah, the phone zombies were the only thing missing. Oh, I know they're planning voter fraud. Absolutely can. I'm with Elon on that one. Yep. He's right. He's right. It could be, Lewis. You know what? Now that is possible because the thing just took off and he couldn't control it. That could be, but I don't think they were trying to do that because he wasn't doing anything to them or anything. He just was testing his drone to see how high it could go. She's as cold as ice, willing to sacrifice our love. You're as cold as ice. Someday I'll pay the price, I know. Foundation series. It is a good series. He was a very smart man. He was also kind of a pervert. He liked young ladies. He liked to kind of talk up young ladies, and when, but not really. He just some people called him that, but really he just liked young ladies. He liked women. Come on, he liked women. So oh yeah, active eye shines. You betcha. Mm-hmm. Cool, cool, Lewis. That's great. Oh my God. Hey, I lost my ID. That means I can still vote, right? What? Severance in future people. It's a future timeline. Okay. People are working in a place and memories of their job are wiped after their work life. What? Oh, interesting. Maybe I'll look that up. Is it on Prime? How you doing, Canis? Even dead folks. That's right. Yeah, vote and vote and vote. Vote under lots of names. Vote in disguise. Yeah, yeah, they do. And all these dead guys loving Biden. Yeah, they really like Biden somehow. Speaking of meow, Cowboy took off. Where are you, Cowboy? He's my little cowboy. Ah, oh, well, I'll have to check that out. Well, if he's out hunting, he's out in my apartment hunting. He's probably drinking some fish water. Probably drinking some of the fish's water. Something he likes to do. And then he likes to sleep on my easy chair and look at the static on the TV. Yeah. He's not. He no, he does hunt though. And he will hunt. He hunts of course all he gets to hunt in here is maybe if an insect gets in. There isn't anything else he doesn't get outside. Poor little cowboy's never touched the outside. His feet have never touched the outside ground, and I'm thinking of seeing if there's any way I can change that, but he is a very lazy kitty. Oh, like Dune. Oh, that's interesting. Cool. I'm gonna have to check that out. It would be nice if we had that puck, but they're trying to screw up our voting. Mhm. You know how Trump got voted in the first place. Um, the voting machines were unable to be updated because there were people who suspected that the updating was really rigging. And so they turned off the updates. And when they turned off the updates, lo and behold, Trump's numbers just rose and rose. So, yeah. But he looks outside, he sits in the window, and he kind of flirts with the women walking their dogs out the window. Yeah, he's an indoor kitty. He's a lazy old indoor cat. Oh my God. Hey, Lady Spellbreaker. Hey, Heather Dawn, how's life? You want Trump in just to see how funny the lefties are going to be. If he gets in, some of them are going to absolutely have conniption fits. I've never really seen a conniption fit, but I bet they're going to have them. And that will be funny. Oh, okay. That might be interesting. I'll see if I can do it, Lewis. Maybe I can. But you know what I do? I also do photo manipulation, so I might do some cut and paste. I do, and a lot of other stuff. I mean, I use all kinds of tools, digital tools to make art. Wow. I am so glad to hear that. That's a long time. It's as long as me. It's been that long since I've driven too. Yeah, I've heard that, Woo Riders. I felt that too. They've already tried to kill him before, though. Yeah, it's not like the first. Yeah, Trump has at least two doubles. I don't think they're clones necessarily. I don't know about that. I can't. I don't know, but I do know that he has two doubles. Yeah, I have yet to do that, but it will happen. But right now, I don't even know how I would have a car anyway. Maybe when things change next year. I'm thinking that will happen soon. It'll happen. They're not going to murder him. It's not going to happen. Oh, cool. That's great. Yeah, when things change, then it'll all just kind of fall together, I think. I'm still trying to get my credentials back. Anybody get anything further on where my license is and where my wallet is? I know damn well it's in this place somewhere. It's in my apartment. I'm thinking it's in a bag, like a Mark's bag or something, somewhere packed away or something happened, but doggone. But anyway, I got some of my cards back. I now got three of my cards and my birth certificate. So, yep, any psychic here. How many do you need? You mean anybody? I was asking the remote viewers, and some of them got some details about my place right. Like Chloe got the burgundy looking couch thing that was actually my chair. And somebody else got some other stuff about my place. That stuff exists in my place, but it wasn't there. How many psychics does it take? Well, Lady Spellbreaker, we're looking for my wallet. I have a recliner. I don't have a sheet covering the footrest. And we've looked there. We've looked. Maybe I will like have to turn the damn recliner over and something like that. Maybe I'll do that when Yolana's here. But I don't have any sheet covering the footrest. I do have a. I'm trying to think. Right. Oh, yeah. You know what? It's totally possible. There's a sling at the recliner. A sling. Where's Teresa? Who's Teresa? Yeah, it is. It's weird. And I keep getting that. I think I remember that I was worried my pants pocket was shallow. So I put it in one of the shopping bags. I was worried about it falling out of my pants pocket. I put it in one of the shopping bags when I came in on my way in. But we're looking, it's weird. It's just like, whatever. Uh, hmm. And I would have to say, oh, the McLicklick, the licky puppy dog. Hi. Mary wins. Hi. How you doing, love? Oh, Lady Spellbreaker, while you're here, oh, I'm going to put out the link. I've been meaning to do that because I'm just talking about every doggone thing now. Let me put out the link and y'all can come up if you want. And Lady Spellbreaker, I was saying, Pluto, the path of Pluto. We got to watch that. That's going to bring us some rather important dates to watch out for. What Pluto is doing, we need to watch that. Harry isn't really that contrary. Yeah, I know. And it's going into and out of Capricorn. It keeps going from Capricorn to Aquarius to Capricorn. And it's back and forth all year. It's been back and forth for a while. Capricorn's one of those planets that kind of drifts in and out of signs. And and it has a really long, that means most of my life I've been having a Pluto transit, if you think about it. Oh, yeah. See, then for the last 16 years, you have been having Pluto's influence. and me for longer than that because I started out in Ophiuchus or Sag when and it was in Sag for a long time. Then it moved into Capricorn. Well, my progressed is Capricorn. So there I am again. And then finally now it's moving out of my signs and into Aquarius. Thank goodness. It's supposed to move out at the end of this year, Lady Spellbreaker. That's what I read. Doggone. I'll have to double check now because I typed that in. That it's like the 24th of November or something. It's finally out. Dolly isn't talking to you anymore. What happened? Yeah, I know what you mean, lady. I know what you mean, Heather. I know. And it is a very transformational one. So my whole life has been transformation for years and years and years. That's right. Uh, the last time that something like this happened, we had all kinds of changes. During one of the Plutos in Capricorn, we had, and then Aquarius, I guess, was around that time that we had the Marie Antoinette thing, the French Revolution. Two. Oh, it brings revolutions. Yep. When the Declaration of Independence was signed, yep. Mark my spot. Oh, you're a Scorpio midheaven. Oh. So you've got a lot of Pluto influence. Well, like we said, the devil and death. Oh my gosh, you guys, it's a wet spot. Hmm. Well, death is a transformation. And so if your job is transformation, that ought to be interesting. Oh, cool. Oh, I love blackberries. You got a thornless blackberry. Ooh, that's lovely. Mine started off as Aries, but you said that changed in my progressed, and I forget what it changed to. Can you tell me what it changed to in the progressed? You know, I had my. Where's Off D? Where in the heck is Off D? Because I had my. I was playing hooky today. I had the crochet hook out, and I was crocheting away. I'll show you. No, doggone, this isn't the one I was using. I was using a smaller one. Now it's going to look funny. So I use this one. Guess what this is made of? Does anybody know? Can anybody tell from looking what kind of yarn this is? Nope. This? Anybody else venturing a guess? Okay. Let me add you to the stream. What do you think, lady? What do you think, Heather?
Well,
What
I'll
do you
be
think this?
with you. That's real small on my screen, so I can't see it real well. Cowboy hair. That's what Chloe said. Cowboy hair. It's made out of
It's not cowboy hair. It's plarn. It's made from cut up plastic bags from stores.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's recycled.
So you're
Although cowboy hair, wait a minute.
saying it? It's a what? A hat?
Yeah, it's a hat.
That's cool.
This is cowboy hair. I've been spinning cowboy hair right here
How's everyone doing?
on my drop spindle. There it is. He's really fuzzy and woolly.
Oh, wow.
He's very woolly. He's a very woolly kitty. His under hair is like a little sheep. And I'm going to be knitting with that at some point. Crocheting, rather. So, anyway, that's the crazy shit I've been doing. How about you?
I've been making oil. I made my magnesium spray not long ago. Um, I haven't been
Cool.
I haven't been creating a whole lot. I actually can show you my plants
Cool.
real quick if you'd like to see them.
Do
Hold
you
on.
ever, between you and me, just between you and me, Heather
This isn't,
Dawn,
if it's live, it's not between me and you.
do you ever wet your plants? I do sometimes.
If it's live, the whole world's gonna know
I
now.
know. That's how you know it's a joke.
I'm trying to figure out how to switch this thing around. I'll show you my plants. I planted a bunch of seeds indoors. I've been getting all my stuff ready to be able to go outside. Put them outside.
Cool.
Back camera. All right, hold on. So, how's everybody doing? I've been gone a while.
I'm groovy myself. I've been talking about it all day. I finally got to go out a little while for the second time, and then found out the Sasquatch gave Jason back his drone that got caught in the tree. I'm not going to let him forget that. He hasn't admitted it was Sasquatch yet, but it was Sasquatch.
So, I got these tiers that mom did, and she told me they're good for growing, rotating, so you can stack these. And I thought it would be a good idea to stack
Tiers,
them
you
and
mean
start
like
my
level?
seeds. So, I've got
Oh, okay.
two of them, and it It was kind of a reverse thing because I drilled holes in the bottom first.
Yeah.
And then I decided I didn't want them to leak on the floor while they're in germination mode.
Mm-hmm.
So I put them in in plastic cups, solo cups for now. And I've got just, I don't know, I planted a little bit of everything that we've got going on. I want to go get some more, but a lot of it is flowers. I'm growing some calendula this year. My mom calls it calendula, but I think we Americans overpronounce things.
Calendula.
Calendula is how I hear them say the
Calendula is what
herbalists.
I hear. Yeah, something like that.
It almost sounds like they say calendula, like there's a G sometimes. It depends who says it.
No, there isn't any G in it.
Yeah, I know there's not one, but it almost sounds like it. So these are coming up way super fast. They were sprouting in a day. There's zinnias. Because my mom just had surgery, so she can't do any heavy lifting, anything like that. So I'm getting her flowers started for her ahead of time.
That's neat.
And I got turmeric growing. Look at this.
Oh, turmeric.
I bought turmeric from the store last year and let it start
Oh,
taking
well, you know
root.
what? I got 3 turmeric.
And what I need to do
I'm
is
kidding. I
have to
had ginger
separate
for
it.
a little while.
I'm going to have to separate it because it grows in a big clump of turmeric bulbs.
Yeah.
These
So does
sunflowers are
ginger.
leggy.
Oh boy, cowboy. You know what? Cowboy, it's his favorite thing. When I am um doing my crochet, he absolutely loves it. He plays with the yarn all the time. In the meantime, he's playing with the yarn. He just thinks it's playtime when I'm crocheting. Here he is playing with the yarn. It's going to have a lot of kitty energy in it. Kitty cat energy. My little cowboy, he just thinks it's the best thing. He loves it when mom does that kind of work, right? So, yeah, I'm thinking, I need to I need to get my seeds started too.
I
Yeah.
did take my avocado trees outside. Hey, do you know these mean something good's coming? You see that creepy crawler on the wall?
No? Oh, well, I see a black spot. What kind of creepy crawler is it?
Well, I can't zoom in on it and I don't want to get too.
Is it a lots of legs?
It's got a million legs.
Oh, that's like a centipede or a millipede or centipede, little centipede guy.
Yeah. It says
Yeah.
good fortune's gonna come.
He's on the hunt, if so.
I'm really big at looking at the spiritual meaning of all the animals now.
I was doing that for so many years. I used to have them memorized. But
I
now,
That's what I'm being called to now. I actually just got an eyeshadow palette for that. Actually, the animals. Each color
cool.
animal inspired.
That's pretty cool.
It is. You want to see it? It's brand
Sure.
new at my store.
Of course. And if you want to throw links, you know you can.
Okay, I'm not even situated at my desk. I just woke up. I've been not
Hey, I got a
sleeping,
question for
run
y'all.
around.
I got a question for y'all. The thumbnail. Do you guys like the thumbnail for the show? I'm thinking of putting that on a t-shirt or a hat. What do you think about the thumbnail? I want to hear some votes.
I gotta go see it again because I didn't even know you were live until you told me. I haven't been going on YouTube. It's not that I don't get notifications. I just don't hardly ever. I don't have time for it much.
Okay, Elf. Hang
So
on.
it's nothing personal to anyone. I'm just a really busy girl.
There you go, Mr. Puck. We're about to
Hello.
all get pucked up now.
Yep, I'll just stay on mute while you guys have your conversation and stuff. Hello, Lady Spellbreaker.
Hello.
Hi, I'll just stay on mute till you want to invite me in. I was going to tell you about Steve's angel encounter before he passed away. But,
Absolutely. I want to hear it.
you guys finish your conversation. I'll just have a diary and just
Mhm.
chill in the background for a bit.
We can chill. We can come right back up again. What you got? What you got, Heather Dawn?
This is the eyeshadow palette that is by Pacifica. It's a
Cool.
vegan and cruelty-free makeup company that is
Yeah.
all natural, I guess. I don't know. A lot of it's I stock shelves in the health and beauty department at my job, so I get to see all the new products that come in.
That's
Cool.
awesome. My friend's little brother's right into
That's
film
really cool.
and stuff. And he can like name any celebrity or anything. And I said if he wants to do hair and makeup, I'll go do the course with him because he's not gay. He's like fucking gorgeous, like model dude, and the chicks love him. I'm like, dude, if you're into that stuff, let's go do it. I'll come with you. Like yeah. And so we buy each other like makeup, eyeshadow shit for Christmas and stuff. And I do it on my live karaoke on the internet like a madman. Yeah, it's great fun. Yeah, so that's
Yeah, like
yeah,
I was
I
thinking.
love that. Yeah.
I was
Well,
thinking of putting that on a hat. Yes.
this one's called Animal Magic.
The conspiracy realist. Yeah, I'm thinking of putting that on a
God,
hat.
I remember what it said now.
Okay, now what? What? No, somebody was asking.
I forgot what it looked like. I forgot what the title of your show was.
Well, the thumbnail says conspiracy realist.
So your dragon color is gold, right here.
Ooh.
So each color is inspired by an animal. There's a swan, a
Cool.
bunny, a unicorn, a bobcat, a white raven.
What color's the unicorn? I gotta know. Inquiring minds gotta know.
It's kind of a goldish brown. It's kind of sparkly.
Yeah, it'd have to be sparkly.
And there's even a crow. There's black. Jet black.
Ooh, cool.
Of course, the crow, my favorite crow. I've been seeing a hawk, and let me see if you have anything
Messenger.
deeper, because I see we had a hawk with a broken wing, and the wildlife rescue people came to try to capture him and help him, but he kept getting away. He did not want to be caught. He came in our yard and rested in our tree for a little while. And I can always hear the hawks coming because they have a real high-pitched squeal. Like I can hear them over all the
Yeah. Yeah. With a broken wing.
Yes.
Well,
so I was wondering if there was a special message with a broken wing.
Maybe.
Take these broken wings and learn to fly again.
That's what I was hearing. Take these broken wings. You've got to learn to fly, learn to live and love so free. And when we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. Yeah, yeah.
I'm so glad you just sang that.
Here's materials for the magic elf circle. I've already planted grass seeds around for like 6 months.
Cool.
Cool.
Then I have 6,000 seeds. Each packet has 2,000. So these little blue ground cover flowers.
Ooh.
And they are called lobelia. And so I'm going to do a big blue fairy ring around my caravan site.
Oh,
And that's
wow, that'll be cool.
that's my mowing spot. But I've also got a giant packet of Australian native beneficial wildflowers that are going to spread out beyond that to encourage the butterflies and stuff. And then
Cool.
I've got some ornamental peas as well, but I might put them in a pot by the front door maybe, or just put them in a certain patch. So I want to make a big blue fairy ring for Sapphire Elf around my caravan just to do something nice for myself because I'm going fucking crazy. Sorry, swore.
Well, they might still call you crazy, but you'll have a nice fairy ring, though.
Yeah, well, when I bought the seeds, the young man in the shop is like, "Oh, what are you doing with all these?" Because I got boxes of grass seeds and I got all these same seeds. I'm like, "Oh, I'm Sapphire Elf on YouTube, bro, and it's my old Warcraft palette and she's blue, so now I got the caravan. I'm going to do a blue fairy ring around me thing and take a photo for my friends." And he just looked at me with the sweetest look on his face.
Ah, the Blue Fairy
Like,
book. Now that was
"Oh,
great.
you're so cool." Yeah, anyway, yeah, I love my small town, man. People are just so cool. They just ask you shit, what are you doing? And you just tell them. And they're just like, "Oh, you're fucking cool," you know.
Well, you are. You are cool.
Anyway, that's
I
what
have
I'm
many
doing.
cool friends. I have cool friends, man. The people who come on my channel are really cool. They do cool things.
Well,
They're
that's
fucking
what we're
cool.
like in the country. I don't actually know you. I just walk around and pretend I do. And if I say g'day to you, and you don't say, "Oh, how's your day been?" and we don't have that 5-minute yarn in the street, then you're a dick, you know? Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I say hi to everybody too. I go through stores and I'll, I'll talk to people that I
I'm
don't know.
amazing in line. In like, if anyone has to stand in line, you
Yep.
got to stand next to me. Trust me, it'll go like that quick.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'll just
Yeah, I
strike up
talk
a
to people in
conversation about
line. I talk to the checkout people. I
that.
do. I'm the same way. I'm a very
Yeah.
friendly person.
Always take your sunglasses off inside when someone's serving. You can wear them in line, but when you get to the counter, put your sunglasses on top of your hat. Thank God. Like, don't talk to someone with that on your face. It's rude.
Really,
Outside you
didn't
can,
think of
but
it, but it might be.
not indoors when you're being served. Indoors, you got to take your sunglasses off. You can wear your hat, sure, because you're Americans. You don't have
You
manners, but
can
at
leave
least
your
take
hat
your sunglasses
We
on.
off.
don't have manners? Is that what you said?
Oh no, you do. Like, Americans are bloody lovely compared to most people in
I
the
don't think
world.
it has to do with it being American. I
No,
think some
no,
people have
no,
manners
you
and
are
some
right.
don't.
It's the city. It's the city people. It's not the Americans. It's the
You're
city people.
right. It's the
Our
city
city
people.
people are just as bad. Yeah, sorry, I take that back. And it's just
That's
because
what I
America's
go.
more metropolitanized than we are. I just put that all on you because I've only got a couple of cities to put shit on, whereas you got plenty. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all. Yeah.
I
Fair
I
enough.
I wear my sunglasses on purpose so people can't look into my eyes unless I want them to. And
I
my
wear
sunglasses,
I
my
have social anxiety, so
sunglasses
I
at
understand
night.
that. But yeah,
mine are mirrored, so they'll see themselves actually.
yeah, I have social
Oh,
anxiety, and if
very
I go
good of
to
you.
another town I'm not used to, I'll have to wear the glasses when being served, 100%. But yeah, I'm just thinking because I don't leave my little fucking village, Yeah, so that's all. Yeah, fair enough.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm biased. Yeah, don't listen to what I'm saying about manners because I just pretend I know everyone because I don't leave town. And if I don't know you, there's something wrong. I should know you.
Ah, I see how you are.
Okay, I'm gonna drop a link about Pluto and Capricorn because I'm glad you brought that up. I think it is very important.
It is important.
It
Everything that's going on this year, a lot of it is going to correspond to Pluto and
it's
Capricorn.
going
Pluto.
down like the Titanic. It
Yep.
even says, it says the intense energy of Capricorn propelled the colonies to sever ties with the British Empire, signaling a death in
Exactly.
colonial allegiance and the rebirth of a sovereign nation. So, literally, think about what's going on right now. My Vedic astrologer, Sam Jeppy, he is in San Francisco, I believe. He's in California, but I think he's in San Francisco, and he does India astrology. Vedic astrology is from India. So he talks all about the nakshatras and stuff. Indian astrology from India matches true sidereal astrology, my astrology with 13 signs, much better than this tropical made up shenanigans. And
Mhm.
so I'm beginning to really see how many people are so thrown off by their sun sign. They think they're just their sun sign. They think, oh, I'm a Taurus. Oh, I'm a Capricorn. Oh, I'm a Gemini. You are not just your sun sign. I hope everybody truly, deeply understands that, because all of the inner planets are your outer self, and the outer planets are your inner self. And so, like, this Pluto thing, I really listen on YouTube more than anything. I listen to my astrologer, because I'm trying to weed out all the information I do not need so that my brain can accurately absorb all the information that I do want to hold on to. I'm having problems retaining information because there's so much information flying all over the place anymore, I think. And actually, my psychologist even told me that.
I think to some extent we're all victim of that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's on purpose. I think it's distractions. So
Yeah.
I literally shut my phone with social media off, sometimes for days. I have no social media on my phone. I've actually hid my credit cards from myself. I'm actually practicing levels of self-control that are out of this world right now. Um, but this, I think there's going to be so much endings with lots of things. Look,
Oh
King
yeah.
Charles now has cancer, right? So
Yeah.
William's going to be taking the throne.
Yep.
And there's all kinds of stuff happening with the British Empire. Speaking of, that same link is talking about when Pluto was in Capricorn back in 1776.
Yep.
So think about that and what's going on even today.
You know what? I could not believe I was reading some of it today from an astrologer, and she's talking about, and it made me laugh. It made me laugh. She was saying all of this. She obviously knows all of this about and she was comparing, she was saying, so obviously this is going to be the end of the Trump regime. And I'm like, how do you get that? And all of his influence that he's had all these years, it's like, how do
The
you
net
get
is
that?
tightening. The noose is closing. The net is tightening. The bucket's shrinking. Oh, he's getting done now. Look at all these charges, and oh, look at them getting dismissed. And it's just been 10 years of
Right.
absolute
It's like I'm there, like, you're crazy,
every
woman. What's
time they
making sure?
recharge him, the left goes, "We've got him!" And it's like every time for 10 years. Are we going to do this every 6 months?
Sure. Yeah, they're going to do it until the dog is dead, right? But the truth is, I'm looking at this and she's getting it right. She's getting it right, except she's talking about, oh, and Trump's influence is finally going to be over. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but he's just getting started, sweetheart, from what I can see.
Yeah,
So,
Trump's just the symptom to the national zeitgeist, right? Because if they ruin Trump, people are going to get so pissed off they're going to vote for someone even more extreme next time, and it's going to get worse. And then when the Overton window does shift from left to right, there is going to be mass deportations. And it's not going to be fucking pretty. It's going to be one of the most brutal 10-year
I
periods in
think we're
American
going to
history
have to have
when it happens. It's going to have to. The left have gone too far. It's too degenerate. There needs to be mass deportations. And it's going to be a tragic 10 years of American history, but this is where the left has left you. And there's no other recourse for it, right? Or otherwise, you've lost your sovereignty. You can just basically pack up your
Yeah, we
fucking.
can just pack
You
it
can
up.
basically pack up your 40Ks or your 10K loans or whatever they call them, your 401Ks. That's it. You just basically pack them up and piss them down the drain and hand them to the next brown person coming across the border.
Well, there's a problem when he's handing all the money off to every single bill that comes down the pike that
More
comes
Ukraine and your
is
son's in bed
Ukraine,
with them, and
Ukraine,
we
money
know
for
they're corrupt with
Ukraine.
Ukraine already. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
We're done with Ukraine, all
We
right. We're
already know Hunter
done.
Biden was on the board of the Ukraine fucking energy thing to begin with, and that's where all this shit kicked off with.
I think I might
Like,
be
what?
better
Now
off
you're
not
giving him
knowing all
more
this.
fucking. What the fuck?
More
I don't know what's
Ukraine
going on
bullshit.
anymore.
It's like we're done with it. We're done with it. We're
Oper-
done with it. We need
Operation
that money
Sovereign
for us.
Borders is what everyone in the world needs to do. Is stop trying to police everyone else's thoughts
Amen.
and just look at your own internal country and how
I'm
fucked
done
up
with
your
that.
manufacturing and farming is. Try and get your population back on track to positive growth without having to bring in shit cunts. There's no point abandoning your traditional native population, and they might happen to be white in your part of the world. Let's see if we try this ethnic cleansing in the UK, shall we?
Well,
How's
tell
that going to
me,
work out? There's
tell
no
me,
reparations for anyone. The white people over there have been putting up with shit. They're indigenous. Leave them
what
alone.
language are you speaking? English?
Australian.
English? American English? I mean, Australian
Australian.
English. You're Australian English. So that means the English came to your country too, right?
Yeah, we have the Queen's English. We spell colour COLOUR. Then we have two different words for being tired and the car tire. They're two different words, right?
Yeah. Yes, ours are too.
Okay, right. I didn't know that. I thought you had the same word for both.
But color we spell color COLOR, not
Yeah,
You
we
spell
just
colour
leave out the
wrong.
U. We
I
leave
mean,
you
yeah,
out of it.
that's my joke. We spell the Queen's English and use the metric system. And then when I'm trying to measure shit and tell Americans, I say, I don't know your freedom units. And it's just a joke, right? Of course I know freedom. I know what a foot is, but I call them freedom units
I
because
know what a
everyone else
foot
in the
is
world is
too.
using metric and we're all interchangeable. We can all work on each other's cars. But if we get a Ford from America, you still need a fucking 1032s of a fucking 8 spanner. It's like, what the fuck is this shit?
we decided we wanted to be different.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
just had to be different.
Yeah, well, that's it. You got the Constitution and your guns to keep the Queen of England and the metric system out of your fucking face.
That's
That's
right. We
hilarious.
didn't let go of those guns. We let go of
I
the guns.
got that from The Simpsons back in the day. There's Mo Sislak that owns the pub, and he's got his neighborhood watch, and he's got like this rat snap fucking shotgun reload method that he does that bewilders the enemy. And it's like, yeah, guns is for keeping the Queen of England out of your face and the French out of your car hold. And it's like, and someone says a garage, and he levels the shotgun at him. It's not a garage. It's like, yeah.
Lewis is right. I'm all out of bubblegum. You got it right.
Yeah, Mo, the Italian mobster from the pub. Yeah, it's hilarious. And he's got like this jump roll, snap, fucking break barrel shotgun load, gets back up, fucking boogaloo. So the most yeah, anyway. Yeah.
Well, I always say if the left tries the shit in my place, in my town here, that they try in some of these fucking cities, they're going to have a gun up their butt every 5 minutes. I mean, we've got farmers; they got guns. We got policemen, and they still have guns, and they're still very much out there. And
We have plenty of rednecks. You better believe they got guns.
Oh, we got rednecks and we got guns.
When we get a random terrorist in the middle of the city, Aussies have tactical stools because everyone likes stools and bars in Australia. We like sitting up high with our cold drinks. And so everyone just grabs a fucking stool with the middle legs and we just ram the cunt into a wall and there's like fucking 10 of us pinning this cunt with fucking stools in a wall till the cops get there. They're Aussies with their tactical stools, bro. It's like a Taiwanese cop force coming in with their like metal patches. But all the Aussies are just like, fuck you. Blokes in high vis having their meat pies and just like grab their stool and run at you with a deck chair and just pin you to the fucking wall. And there's like a bunch of us. Oh, get more chairs, bro. And we're all like getting the chairs and the cunt to the, yeah. It's hilarious.
I love the whole idea of tactical bar stools.
Yeah, tactical bar stool. Yeah, so it's like a triceratops coming at you. You're like, even if you got a machete, how are you going to reach over that?
Now down in
fucking bam against the wall. You're screwed.
down south, let me tell you, it's even more than that. People are armed to the teeth down south.
Yeah, well, we don't have guns in Australia, so that's the we've got tactical bar stools. You know, yeah. Yeah,
but I mean, you know,
we're not even allowed to carry a tactical rock because that could be premeditated. We just got to pick up the
rock.
Yeah, the tactical rock. Yeah, if you walk around with a rock in your pocket,
was like a genre of music or something. Yeah. I'm kidding.
No, I've got a magical pocket rock that wards off evil, and the way it works is I throw it extremely aggressively towards the baddies, and I run vigorously the other way, and it wards them off.
A magical pocket rock.
Yeah, the magical pocket rock. We'll call it a pocket rock.
Okay.
Because
are you going to sell that? Is that the newest product? Is that the newest product from Ronco?
Yeah, you hack it and then you got to pocket. So you hack it. And
no, you know what? You should call it the pocket puck.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah, the pocket puck. Yeah, it's my magical pocket puck that wards off evil.
The magical pocket puck that wards off evil.
Imagine if everyone
hurl it at people that give you a hard time. You know.
Imagine if everyone in Israel had a pocket puck at that rave music festival, and then dudes come parachuting in, and then like 1,000 people just fucking stoned you and ran the other way. Even if you had the gun and started firing, you can't get less people if you just got fucking stoned to shit. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you don't hit the guy, you just got to get the stone in their general direction so they get their head down and they're not actually like squeezing at you, you know?
Yeah.
yeah. Dolly says that you got to do the pocket chuck it.
Oh my goodness.
It's like this. You got to do the tactical wind up a few times. Tactical wind up. You got to fire a finger into the enemy with a tactical wind up. Let them know it's coming.
Let me see what chat is saying. I haven't been looking.
Like you're not going to do it, but then you go bam. There we go. Tactical pocket rocket usage, just like Yoda. You got to walk along with your cane, pretending you can't.
Tactical pocket pucks.
Yeah, so you're well.
And tactical bar stools. Right? And then we got to do something with that tactical bar stool. We got to do like a mock commercial of tactical bar stools. And get your tactical tactical bar stools from 3 Patriots. Right?
It comes in like a small square plate that also holds your iPad. But if you click a button, the legs of the stool like flick out and go. And then you've got your iPad with your tactical stool on it.
There you go.
Yeah, it's like your tactical flick stool, self-defense weapon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I would be very afraid of that. Absolutely. I would be changing my mind.
Triceratops of people in high vis coming at you that are fueled with meat pies. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Somebody said the pocket chuck it. Yeah, Dolly said, maybe you could call the pocket chuck it. Pocket chuck it. The pocket chuck it. Yeah. I like those names.
I'm always
Well,
saying
we're
to get
gonna
parked.
make a lot of money on this now.
Ken always tells me to get parked, but that just means be awesome.
Right.
That's, to get parked is like saying "G'day, cunt. How you going?" Just
Well, there
means
you go.
you're all, oh, sorry, yeah, but in Australia that also means friend. I didn't use that in an aggressive manner, and I'm not talking about female body parts. It doesn't mean that in Australia. If I wanted to say that, I'd call you a bloody flange, mate, like a plumber. Just wear tradies.
Mhm.
Super Mario Brothers. You'll get Super Mario Brothers words.
Super Mario.
Yeah. The
Oh, my
Venus
Time to
goodness.
flytrap.
level
You got to
up.
jump the pipe, mate. Oh, that pipe's a bit cavernous.
Well, here's the thing is that, as far as us women, we have our own kind of magical weapons. Um, and I don't think we share it too often. Like I said, my grandmother, she was absolutely scary with an iron pan.
Well,
She didn't want
how nice. I know the curse of the Southern woman. Well, how nice.
the southern woman with an iron pan in her hand.
That's your
You
mom?
dare not cross her.
Yeah.
And mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy.
You got it.
And if you cross a woman, a southern woman with an
Can I,
iron pan in her hand, it's going to leave a real lasting impression
can I
on
tell
you.
you a joke that my Mormon girlfriend told me once about Southern Bells? And so there's this Southern Belle, and her brother marries a rich woman from the city. And then they're at a family gathering, and the witch woman from the city is like blathering off to the country girl, right? To the little sister. And she's like, well, we just had our first anniversary, and he bought me a pearl necklace. So I don't know the thing, right? Or whatever you're meant to get. But she's getting the things in order you're meant to get in like the anniversary tradition. And then like the sister says, well, that's funny because your mom got me a book on Southern etiquette. And then the other girl says, oh, well then your brother also got me like the next thing for our second anniversary. And then the girl just says, well, how nice. And then the third time she's like doesn't get it. And she's like, well, on our third anniversary, you bought me like a flock of ducks or whatever the fuck that is. And then the sister's had enough by this point. She says, well, in the book of Southern etiquette, by the third anniversary, it says, don't be a fucking bitch.
Yeah. Oh dear. Well, in the book of Southern etiquette, if an old Southern woman starts cursing it, she will turn the air blue, and you are not to do anything about it but let her go. Same thing with an old Southern man. They start cursing and turning the air blue. You just got to let them go. You don't stop them.
I know what it means when they start giving you compliments randomly. It's like, oh, what have I done wrong? It's like if you say something a bit offhand and they're like, well, how nice. You're like, oh,
Mhm.
shit, I just
How
fucked up.
nice.
Yeah, well, that just means
Actually,
that just
a
means
common
whatever you
thing.
said, we do not care about, and we're sorry for you for thinking that. They just think you're an idiot when they say, well, how nice. That's them saying you're a fucking dumb moron. Like,
And
Actually,
also,
more.
bless your heart. That means something
That's
too.
right. That's
Bless
what I
your
was gonna
heart.
say. Bless your
Oh,
heart.
bless her heart.
yeah, what's the
Bless your
translation of that
heart.
one? I forget that one. Bless your heart.
Bless
Bless your
your
heart.
heart.
That
That's
means go away,
what they
doesn't it?
say.
I
Bless
was
your heart means you are stupid, aren't you?
I was
You really
sitting.
are a dingleberry, aren't you?
Yes, I was
And so
sitting at
you'd
the
probably cop a
entrance.
couple of how nices, and then at the end of the conversation, they'd say, well, bless your soul, or
Bless
bless your
your
heart.
soul.
No, bless your heart. It's always bless your heart. It's
Okay,
always
right.
Doris, and you know what? She never does figure out that when it rains, that she's supposed to put the head
the hood up on her convertible car. Bless her heart.
Bless
That's
her.
Yeah.
exactly how it's used.
Yeah, like I said, I dodged a bullet. I almost married a flippin' Mormon that was over here on a 3-year teacher exchange back in my 20s. And I didn't know what Mormons were because we're secular in Australia, right? We don't have God on our
Oh, you said secular, not sexual. Okay.
secular, yeah, like we look to the
Yeah.
stars more than we look to the stars
Oh,
and
well, that's
state
really
and to science
different.
more than we do to religions, right? Yeah.
You're more secular.
Yeah, so even like the pursuit of astronomy would and the heavens would be like more secular than like a set religion. Yeah, and
Oh.
Australians aren't very one religion. We're very Christian, but we're not one denomination. Yeah, we're very
We're
diverse.
not either. God, we've got so many denominations. I don't even know how many there are anymore.
Well,
You
because we're
know,
still in a Commonwealth Empire, we learnt the lessons from the Irish revolutions and the British wars and all that, like Guy Fawkes and all that stuff. We don't want that here. We've got complete diversity of religion in Australia,
We do
like
too.
Alexander the Great. Ah!
that's the
Yes.
first thing I noticed. I just actually recalled this and told this to a friend. After I did ayahuasca the first time, one of the first things I noticed everywhere was all the different denominations claiming theirs is right.
Their
There were
particular one is the
crosses.
one.
There were crosses up on the mountains. I could see them from the road that people had gone up and put up in the mountains and stuff. And I ended up like, after ayahuasca, I ended up in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And then it was Christmas time, so all the churches were lit up, right? There were crosses everywhere, big purple ones. And I was just like, that's really what I started seeing and feeling the most, and questioning a lot of that stuff. The origin of the religions invading America, let's just call it, before the European invasion. And my grandmother is British, so I will know for sure that my mom's mom came here. She's British and Scottish. So I'm primarily what we call white or European with just a speck of the Native American. I'm Italian,
Are you, are
British.
you North or South Native?
I'm seeing back to Cherokee, like a Native
Okay,
American.
yeah. So North American, yeah, North
My
American
great
Native, yeah.
grandmother
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
and going
Yeah,
was
back.
a
they're
Cherokee.
completely different peoples. One's
Yes,
Asiatic and one looks, yeah, completely
yeah.
different. Yeah.
Well, and they're completely different the way they would live, obviously, because they're in different climates, for one, and survival skills would be different. Um,
Yeah.
and the things that kept coming to me everywhere I went, I would go. Okay, I went to a garage sale right after ayahuasca the year later. I found a copy look-alike of the Declaration of Independence, which is downstairs now,
Ooh,
right?
wow.
And that had to go, and it was $5, but they originally wanted 1776 because that's what year it was. So all the double numbers started coming, and then now the fact that Pluto was in Capricorn then is prevalent. So it's all ways the universe was trying to get my attention, and this is why I can't afford to be distracted by a lot of the stuff going on, because there's other stuff right in front of our
None
faces
of us
that we're going to
can.
miss. I like that hat, D.
Thank you.
You're
Did you
None
just
welcome.
of us
finish?
can afford to be distracted.
Did you just finish that?
Yes,
Yeah,
good job.
thanks. I got
Can
to
you can?
block it a little bit, but other than
Yeah,
that,
yeah, yeah, yeah. You're gonna put some card underneath it and stuff, like yeah.
there you go.
It looks
Yeah.
great.
Can I have a close up at the camera, the color bands and stuff?
I might need to buy a hat from you, D.
And what weave have you got on the crown?
Um, what do you mean? What we?
Are you a spiral or do you go like spokes or do you do a
Yeah, it's a
spiral?
spiral.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a spiral
So
of like
that's similar to
a light minty green and light purple, spiraling into a rainbow,
That's
actually.
Northern European style, like Pennsylvanian Dutch, how they make
Yeah.
their hats out of the straw.
We have a
That's
lot of Pennsylvania Dutch around here.
yeah, that's their. I like the two-tone color too. Wow, that's
Thank you.
lovely.
Yeah.
I'd love to go visit like the hand makers and stuff in like the Appalachians and the Pennsylvanian Dutch and stuff, and try real American pie and get a proper handmade pair of
You
boots
need some pumpkin
and a
pie,
hat.
my friend. You need pumpkin pie.
Yeah, I want both the cane hat, and I want to get a proper handmade pair of Amish leather boots, like tanned everything. Like, yeah, I'll pay the money. Yeah.
I've got an Amish hat up there somewhere in my collection of hats. So
Yeah.
yeah, I got an Amish farmer hat.
Yeah,
And
I love anthropology. I don't care about the religion because I'm a blacksmith as well, and I just love to go see people that live that way. And I'm the blacksmith. I'll rock up to their blacksmiths and I'll fucking learn something from them because they've been doing it for freaking centuries, right?
well,
And
there's a lot of good things,
I
but
might,
there's also
but I might have some new modern techniques about like different things that he's encountering that he doesn't know, and so we could do a cultural exchange there. You know.
you could.
Anyway, I'd love to go visit like those people. And by the way, Lady Spellbreaker, your glasses are fucking boss as.
Thanks.
Yes,
I forgot these are reflectors too, but
I
they
think those are
broke.
beautiful.
These broke last year, so I got to get me a new pair. I've been looking for some stars.
Oh,
Because I tell everybody they're a superstar. Little
I'll find you
superstar.
some. I'll see if I can find you some.
what's my thing?
Stars.
You
I
Yeah, no,
love
remember,
stars.
yeah, you remember the song, Don't Break My Heart and I Won't Break Your Heart-Shaped Glasses?
Oh, I need to hear that
just
song.
use let's use this stuff on a
Don't break
plastic.
my heart and I
Just
won't break your heart-shaped glasses.
just use that on plastic frames, and it'll be stronger than the plastic itself. Just regular cryotine super glue you get for like 20 cents in like the packets of 10. You know, you get them at like the
Oh,
cheapy shop for a couple of bucks.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
a
Ken,
little,
pumpkin pie is
yeah,
lovely.
a
You'd
super
love
glue.
it.
That I keep these on my desk in like a tin of super glue just for fixing random plastic frames of shit. Because yeah, that won't break. The plastic will break somewhere else before that'll break again. So yeah,
Hmm.
just super glue your glasses. It'll
I
cost you like
did.
10 cents.
I
Yeah.
did. I got some Gorilla Glue.
Oh, all right, fair enough. Yeah.
Gorilla glue is even better.
Right.
It's better
Uh,
to smoke too.
I prefer super glue. Gorilla glue's too gummy, and heat will make it
Yeah,
softer.
probably. I'm just going to buy a new pair because it's really not going to hold that long anyway.
Yeah, Gorilla Glue's contact bond, and it's for doing shoes, not plastic.
Well, nothing really bonds to plastic because it's not porous.
Yes,
That's
it
why.
does.
So,
Yes, it does. You need your super glue.
all right,
Cryotine,
I'll try it.
cyanoacrylate. There you go. I know
No,
the.
poor ass.
Uh, no, cyanoacetate. Was it acrylate? I can't remember. Someone in chat will look it up for
Acrylate.
me. Acrylate. That's it.
I
Yeah,
know I'm a geek too, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I'm doing an experiment with
Oh yeah, Dutch apple pie is great too, and so is
myself,
cherry.
I
Hmm.
guess. And mood. I've been like, I had to go back out into the world for a while and I got a job so I could manifest my license a lot faster. And then boy, did it work. So I'm going to be driving soon. It's been almost 20 years. April 30th will be 20 years that I got in a almost
We're celebrating her getting her license.
near fatal car crash. No one got hurt by the grace of a power greater than me and angel intervention. It was a crash that really shook me to my core. And I lost my license for almost 2 decades. I'm about to cry. And I just went in and got my driver's permit today. I took the written test. And there was a Southern lady that came in while I was waiting. She said, "In the mighty name of Lord Jesus, bless favor upon us all." And I said, "Amen." As she walked by, thank you. She walked in right while I was getting ready to take my driving test. The written test. Now I got to take the road test.
All right, I found them. I found them. Star-shaped glasses,
All
bunches of them.
right, T.
Stars and hearts on Timu.
You know what you got to get now, D?
Mm.
Because you don't drive too. This is what I've been doing from home. I just got me a printer. I made payments on it with Amazon. So I had to get one for my products I'm making. You see that balm? These are my new labels on my pain
Cool.
balm. And so I got a printer I got one that's got like tons of ink in it. So it won't run out. It's like a mega ink cartridge printer. So
Cool.
those are things I've been working on. Creating, manifesting driver's license. Gonna go get a car. My mom's gonna
Oh, cool.
let me buy her car.
Yeah, I've got I'm working on some things. Like I'm a Timu affiliate now.
Yeah.
My link is in the description.
I don't do
If-
Temu. I'm sorry. I don't want to
Huh?
give any of them my information. I've heard they're
I
Chinese
don't
spies.
either. You know what I do? I work it all through PayPal or Afterpay or Klarna.
I know. I know. I
I
really
don't
don't want
give
to
them
do.
anything. Mm-mm.
I don't want to do any more than I'm already doing.
They don't know who I am except for. However, they do have a program for influencers that I'm thinking about. But there's legal stuff, so I'm going to ask Stephanie about it. She's going to legal school, you know. She's going to legal she's getting a law degree. So I'm going to have her read it. But yeah, they're giving influencers like all kinds of stuff to review and stuff on their show, which I might. I don't know.
Does
It
Puck have something to say? Are you raising your hand down there?
By the way, what is with the band? What's going on with that, Puck? Tell me about it.
The band.
We can't hear you, honey. He's talking, I think, but we
That
can't
would
hear
be
him.
why. That would be why I was muted because I was letting you guys talk. Okay, so are you printing your labels at home on your own printer?
Me?
Yes.
Yes.
And you just
That's
okay. So
That's what I
instead
was
of
trying to tell Dee she could do. She
yeah,
could
yeah,
ship things from home. If she gets a printer, she can print right
yeah,
from
yeah,
her
yeah. But,
phone. I do.
one sec. I've run my own business and stuff before, but I'm not saying you haven't. But I've gotten free business cards and free labels and things through certain kind of things to look out for. And I'm just saying I've been through it. And having your own printer at home, I used to print my own like DVDs and stuff, and like you'd get your whole pictures of your knives and that with the logo and everything. And it was like it'd print on discs and all that. Remember the old white label discs? I had the printer to print on them, and it did like mini cards, like business card CDs back in the day before USB. And but anyway, your brand ink cartridges will have an RFID chip in them, and even if you refill them at home, the printer's going to read them as not reset. But if you go to a private store that's a computer store, right, that's not like Kmart or a big chain store, they will have the means to be able to refill and reset your expensive ink cartridges for like quarter of the price, guaranteed. And so that's just the first bit of advice I just wanted to say is that when you buy those big super ink cartridges, they are expensive and they last a while, but you can't refill them. But they should be refillable a couple of times before the jets clog up, right?
Yeah,
As long as
I
you,
actually had
yeah.
to. I had to fill them with ink. Like they came with a thing that I had to squeeze. It's
Okay,
in the printer.
okay.
But
Well, yeah,
thank you. That's really good info.
I'm thinking the old way where they used to sell you the printer for basically cost price, but they'd upmarket the ink. And obviously, you've got a
Mm-hmm.
good brand that's more ethical, and they're giving you the ability to refill a quality cartridge. So that's straight away fantastic. So
Mm-hmm.
you're winning already. And that was going to be my main bit of advice is rather than me printing my own business cards, if I just got my front face of the business card, but I had the free promotional logo of like Vista Print on the back, who printed my cards, I used
Mm-hmm.
to be able to get 250 a sample box for free.
Yes, I actually have a
Yeah.
Vista print card. I'll show it to
There
you.
you go. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I was, and that's what I was going through. Like, if you're going to go printing your own, obviously you're doing it right. And I used to use Vistaprint before that, and so there you go. Sweet. And
This
I
is
used to get,
my old one from
yeah,
my old YouTube channel. My original YouTube channel was Free Flow for Love 369.
Free flow, flow,
yeah.
law.
And then I paid the $10 extra, and I got a tide chart put on the back of my knife maker's blacksmithing card because we're all fishermen and hippies down here. So rather than a calendar on the back, I got like the $10 tide chart put on the back of mine, and so people have got their local tides and shit on it.
Mm.
And I was like, yeah. So you'd actually keep my card in your wallet because most people around here want to know like the tides because they're all surfers and fishermen and hippies and stuff. And so I thought, oh, I'm going to corner the market with my knives and I'm going to get a tide chart printed on the back. And it's only $10 and the card's free because they put their little ad down the bottom. And it was great. Yeah, but there you go. Yeah, you're doing it right. And so that were just my little bits of advice of having a business, but you're already fucking ahead of me. So sweet. That's great.
That's right. Lady Free Flow is already ahead of us all.
No,
That's
I'm like you, Ocean. I'm a Luddite. I'm a
That's my
Luddite.
other channel. Okay, because that was my original name, and part of it is the Freedom Adventure. I am free flow. I began with the free flow. That's how I flow with my hula hoop, yo. We could even rap it. We didn't even
And I
know
go
it.
with the flow. Wait, what's that song?
So that's my other channel, Lady Free Flow 1111, and I only do music over there lately. Do
Yeah,
you
I've been
know they
doing.
dequalified me? I haven't gone live on that other channel for so long. They said you are no longer authorized. And they was talking about taking my community tab. I've had that channel since like 2018. And I originally started it because I had so many bully trolls on Lady Spellbreaker's channel. I was trying to find a place to hide out from these stalkers. It's really unbelievable what in the hell is happening on the internet with crazy ass people stalking people and being weird. I was really thinking about this whole learning experience and how it's been the other day.
I'm going to take a biology break, as that means I'm going to go pee. I'm
All
going to let
right.
you talk a while, okay, you guys? Be
Yep.
good. Be
Yeah,
good, or I'll
we can
spank
keep
you
it
when I
together.
get back,
Oh,
you know.
I'm not going to Australianize your channel into a swearing devolution of Mad Max. That's fine.
What'd you say?
Um,
Lady Spellbreaker, Heather Dawn, you keep an eye on that man there.
We will. We
uh,
You
will.
keep
uh,
an eye
oh,
on him that he don't get out of line.
he don't get in line. I don't get my lines out of my lines. You don't
If
get
I
your line
were
out of mine.
you, if I were you, I'd be real careful because
If
she's
I was you, I wouldn't go putting your
You
line too
know,
close to my line.
I'm I'm starting
I'll be
to
back.
learn what all
Well,
this
I'm leaving for
channeling
good.
is
I'm out of here for
about.
good. Goodbye, y'all.
What?
I'll be back.
Okay. I hope everything comes out all right.
Me too.
We'll be here holding down the fort.
I just realized that it's like, my God. Hope it comes out all right.
I
Good luck.
gotta get some. So I made those Vistaprint. It's funny you said that because I made these years ago. I probably should make some more because people ask about my YouTube channel all the time. So
Same. And it's like they're free. It's like, yeah, go for it.
yeah, and you can get like 200 for like $5. Just pay shipping or something.
Yeah.
And
But
so
also think about all the cool things you have on the back. Like sometimes people want calendars because they
yeah,
go to events. And if you're
yes,
at an event, putting a calendar on it and actually like get a red texter and mark a few dots and stuff. Like,
yeah.
you know,
You
like,
see,
yeah.
I'm glad they're free because this is not my email address now, and this is not none of this information on here is correct anymore.
Same. I've still got old cards that are wrong, but I've kept the fridge magnets. I got 10 free fridge magnets, and I love fridge magnets because people always keep a fridge magnet because you
Do
can
you
hang a
see
bill
this?
up with them.
I started this channel in 2019. It'll be 5 years on YouTube. On actually July the 1st, 7/1. So
Oh,
right before
congratulations!
Independence Day, and then it says healing starts within, and it's like the birds are free in your mind.
The birds, they're
It
attacking
is
my
the
brain.
birds flying. So
No, yeah,
anyway,
but I
now
know my mum would be horrified and go screaming out of a theater if she saw that logo because
oh
she saw
good.
Hitchcock the Birds when she was like a kid, like when she was 7, and then she just freaking out. The
Oh my
7-year
God.
old watching Hitchcock. Poor
So
mum.
bird trauma, and the memories.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, it's nothing wrong with the logo. I'm just saying, it's like, yeah, I can imagine like old people seeing that. It's like the birds going for their head and they're like, ah! And they're freaking out. It's like War of the Worlds again.
I want to share this if I can. It's
While you're sharing that, can I ask what part of the US your accent's from? And do they call that an
well,
Alabama Dixie accent? Are you like a
well,
Dixie girl?
I'm from Illinois, but everybody tells me I sound like I'm from the South. And I am not from the South. I'm from Champaign, Illinois. I live in
But
Urbana, Illinois, but I
I,
do love country music.
I
And
don't know the regions. I was just wondering, like, what do they call your accent you use, like your speech
nothing,
style?
they don't. It's just mine.
It is
Even
weird.
my voice changes. I
That's
can.
why I can't. That's why I can't pick it up
I'm
because you're
like a
not South.
chameleon,
You're not
actually.
Alabama Dixie. You're not
I think it
Northern.
has to
Yeah.
do with channeling. I was actually just getting ready to say that because sometimes stuff is coming through that is like I actually my since my nan was Scottish and I have a Scottish subscriber. She came up here. One of my Scottish subscribers came up here. Welcome back, T. Once, and I even could like mimic her. She said we don't say Edinburgh. Edinburgh is how we would say in
Say
Scottish.
Edinburgh, mate.
It's Eden
Aye, that's right.
Edinburgh.
The more drunk I get as an Australian, the more Scottish I sound
She
because I'm
says
a common
Edinburgh,
degenerate.
and I can roll my R like the Scots, like Heather. My name be
Roll,
break R.
bread roll.
So I
Yeah.
don't know. I have something happens, and my daughter and I did accents all the time together. You can even hear her in one of these videos. I was actually just going to
Yeah,
share.
yeah. Well, no, I think you're just like a. Do you also have a hat collection or masks or glasses?
I have a
Do you
hat
do
collection.
you like disguises? Yes.
Yes,
So
I do.
you're taking on the spirits of other people, and that's
Oh,
why you're good at the accents, right? Because you're that theatrical thespian style of soul, right? By
oh
the way,
my
your
God.
jumper NASA thing's cool too. Yeah.
Okay, this is where the spirit can really come in. The more open you are to receive, this is truly how it works. This is truly how it works. You just made my day. Thank you so much. That's what's going
You're
on with
welcome.
me and my daughter. She transitioned to the spirit world, my baby girl. Um, in
There.
2020. That's my
Okay, I
daughter.
got it fixed.
Oh God, she's cute. Yeah. I'm
And
genetically sworn to destroy anyone that makes little blondies cry with my spear of the paladin.
she
Makes who cry?
crossed
Little
over on
blondies.
my
Anyone that makes blonde children cry gets the spear of the paladin, and I shall gut them like a fish.
Oh, well,
Yes.
that's enlightened.
It's
Thank you.
unenlightened, but it's genetically responsible.
Okay, so I just
Blondes are
shared.
only like, you've got to protect blondes.
It's
Right.
funny you just
Well,
mentioned that because I was going to share the video of my daughter that was a memory for her,
hang on.
and she's
Mhm.
coming in real strong lately. And that's what we used to do together was accents. So you actually just channeled something that was going along with what I was going to say anyway.
Well, I was more going off your vibe, and I'm like, I can just tell by your theatricalities that you're definitely going to be that kind of person, and it's your kin would obviously like take that as well.
I think I never realized that. And I'm a Scorpio midheaven. I am directly connected to the spirit world, death,
What?
and
A Scorpio, Earth, Air, or fire? They're not water, are they?
water.
You are water. My God, all my best friends are fire and water. Stuff you.
Fire and water. And
Yeah,
I'm an Aries sun. I'm an
yeah,
Aries
Well,
sun.
see,
yeah.
I'm a fire. So
I'm a,
there you go.
I'm a Pisces, born on the midnight
You're
of the
surrounded
20th
by
to the
fire and
21st.
water right
So
now.
I'm a Pisces and an Aries by about like 20 seconds.
I can do your birth chart for you. Hold on a second. What day were you born?
20th of the 3rd, 1984, but I'm born at midnight on the cusp between the 20th and the 21st. So I'm at the end of Pisces and the beginning of Aries.
You're a Pisces. Hold on.
No, but I'm a Pisces by literally 20 seconds. I'm like born at midnight on the changeover. I'm a
So he's a
cusper, baby.
cusper.
Yeah, I'm a
But
cusper.
I do 13 sign astrology. And I will do your chart for free for anybody. You just have to send me an email. Don't give me
Well,
any of your information all the way like in
yeah.
this chat because I can't do it and I won't
Thank you for
remember.
that, but maybe not for me because I just got some very bad news before the stream, and
Oh, I'm
yeah, that
sorry to
was
hear that.
well, D Oceans knows my best gamer mate from Canada, who struggled with depression like me for about a decade. I've known forever, and we get drunk and have bros nights, and everything's great, and we play video games and fall asleep at the computer and wake up the next day and everything's fine.
Quit eating
And
that.
and apparently he went to sleep the other day and never woke up.
Oh,
Just like I only just found out like a couple of hours, like at 1 hour before D Ocean started streaming. And I don't know where I was going with that. What were we talking about? Something about the other realms and stuff.
I'm very sorry to hear that about your friend.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I didn't want to read him for me because he had been going through very bad things, just like me, for struggle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to be selfish enough to say he should have stayed and dealt with it. I just want to know that where he is, if he's doing okay. You know, that's probably about all I need to know at the moment, you know. I
Well,
still
he'll
haven't
send you
processed
some
it. I only just
messages.
found out today. I haven't even
Yeah.
processed it, you know, yeah.
Well,
And it's
I'm
like,
very
yeah.
sorry. I'm actually going to share a link right now because the
Uh,
first stage of grief is shock.
yeah, I am in shock, but can I tell the story that I
Yeah.
last heard from him only 4 or 5 days ago? That was the last time I talked to him, and he rang me specifically, having the most amazing night of his life. He was literally at his wit's end, and he told me he was sitting under the bridge. And he didn't have to tell me what that means because I fucking knew straight away. He's down there looking at the water on the bank, under the bridge at the pylons, and how high the fucking thing is and shit. And there's a car parked there, and some young lady that lives in the local complex came down the stairs and found him sitting there and brought him homemade broccoli and cheese soup that he really likes because he's Canadian and it's cold at the moment. And she brought him this Tupperware container of homemade soup and said she had to go because she's got a son upstairs. And she just did this nice thing for him and asked him, was he okay? And, you know, everything's fine. Here's some dinner, go home. And then he went home and he was eating his soup and he just had one meal of it. And then he rang me crying about how good this angel was that found him on the steps. Because he didn't have to tell me, but I know what he was thinking, right? And I made sure he didn't have to tell me. I'm just like, yeah, dude. And then he's like, how do I contact her again? And I'm like, what I do is so you're not creepy and you're waiting for her, I just wash out that container she said you could keep. And if you can find her vehicle down there again, just leave it on the steps where she met you and she'll come along and find it. Don't even put a note on it. She told you to keep it, but don't keep it. Just wash it out and leave it on the steps where she found you. And then next time you bump into it, everything will be okay. And I think he might have bumped into her again and he got taken. I think he might have passed the test.
I think something happened there for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's standardly.
That's literally the last time I talked to him. He literally rang me crying. And I'm saying, dude, you understand what that is? You were there contemplating your own death. And this lady walked up to you and just gave you soup. It's like, what the fuck even is that, man? And we were contemplating it for hours, right? That's something, and he was asking what to do about it, and I just said, wash the container out and just put it back where she gave it to you. You don't wait there and you don't, like, harass them or just leave it. And that's the message back of the love reciprocated.
Absolutely.
You don't have to you don't have to find her car and leave a handwritten note. That's too much. Just leave the container there.
Well, you know, let's tell our angel stories. I'm sure that we have some.
That's the only one I've got.
My dad had one that was interesting. He was in line at the druggist and he was picking up a prescription and he had blood poisoning from a wire going into his arm. And he was supposed to pick up, they got it just in time, but he had to take antibiotics and all this other stuff. And so he's in line, and actually he was worried that he was going to die. And the guy in line behind him, there was a guy in line behind him that he just, for some reason, just noticed this guy just standing there. And the guy said, and when he noticed him and locked eyes with him, he said, you know, Bill, you're going to be fine. Don't worry. It's not your time yet. And then he left. He just disappeared.
Wow.
You know, it's one of those things where something got my dad's attention and he's like, what? When he turned to face him head on, he was just gone.
Wow.
So, and my dad did live. Oh, right. That's right. My mom's birthday is on the solar eclipse, April 8th.
And guess what? I didn't even realize the last time he told me that. My dad's birthday is April 7th.
Yes.
And guess what they are? They are Pisces. This total solar eclipse is going to be in Pisces, not Aries, because the sun is in Pisces in 13th sign astrology.
Do you want to hear something completely fucking weird?
Yes.
My father's born on the 7th of January.
1-7.
My mother is born on the 7th of March. My brother is born on the 14th of February in between both of them. And then I am born on the 20th, on the 21st at midnight. And so we're all duplicates at 7, and we're all 4 months in a row. but we
Wow.
alternate between mother, son, father, son.
Wow.
You know,
And we're all duplicates of sevens.
oh, sevens?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's what I mean. You got the 7th of January and the
I
7th of
got a
March.
7
In the
lifetime.
middle is February, and my brother, the firstborn, is the February 14th. So that's 7th of January plus the 7th of March equals the 14th of February. And if you plus one more, I end up at March, kick back to the 20th and the 21st. Depends on if it's a leap year or not.
Yeah.
This
No,
is a
I
leap
got
year.
to the DMV today, and they gave me a number and told me to have a seat after I signed in and stuff. And I was real nervous about taking the written test
Not
because I haven't
I.
driven in 20
I'm
years.
not typing in the background. Is anybody typing in the background? Somebody's asking.
No,
I'm
it's rain in Australia, and I've got my headset on, but I'm not talking to my microphone. I've got an open desk mic, but I'm in a caravan, and you're just going to have to put up with it.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, I'll leave. I'll just mute when I'm not talking. Actually,
Well, here, hold on a second.
He'll just make all kinds of gestures and
Here, I'll just
yeah, use sign language, Puck. Do you know
sign
sign language,
language.
Steph?
I
Neither
shall
do I. We
speak
won't know.
through
We still won't know, but
speak through interpretive dance.
I
we
am
still won't
typing,
know
but
what
I
you're
have the
saying. But
typing
hey, at least
sounds
it would be out
off.
there, you know. Hey, where's Drumstud? Yeah, where is Drumstud?
Happy 70th birthday, Steve.
Wow.
So that means it's my
Ride that
birthday.
way, Puck.
That also means it's my birthday in 6 days. By the way,
Can
I
you hear
get it.
that?
Happy birthday, Steve, for the 6th.
Happy birthday.
Hey, you look like a spider monkey, and you bite like one too.
Happy birthday to you.
No, it's not yet. Don't curse it. You can't do it early.
You live in a zoo.
You smell like a
Monkey.
hyena poo, and you look like one too.
In your place, no to be a dingo. You look like a dingo.
You
And
look like
smell
a
like one
dingo.
too.
You
Right?
look like. No, we've actually got a saying when something's like rooted and it's stuffed and it's fucked up. We say, "Oh, that's dead as a dingo's donger, mate.
Huh?
Dead as a dingo's dick."
How in the heck does that translate?
Because you shoot dingoes, mate, and the males are the most aggressive. So you don't let them get near your sheep. And so a dead dingo's got a donger. And so we say that's as dead as a dead dingo's donger, mate.
I see. Hey, Marilena. Marilena. Oh, Marilena. La, 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 la. Marilena has come to visit us from
Oh wait,
Africa.
did I explain my scratchy stream for later? It's
Your
amazing. Yeah.
scratchy stream for
Oh
later.
no, we're over budget. We're over budget.
Over budget, you say again?
Oh, that's right. I've got to call Parliament, mate. Got to get this shit approved. So yeah.
Budget, you're going to get
Yeah,
yourself fired, aren't you?
Hello,
yeah,
Mel.
I only put in $20 a fortnight to get scratchies, and it gives me a couple of hours of live streams with little cheapy $1 ones, letting chat pick and drinking a beer, having a break, talking shit. People win, people lose, and so that's my $20 worth. That was free this start of this month because last month's $40 I won, and so that's free, and so that's $20 to start this month for free. So I paid nothing for this month. So I paid $40 last month, so I'm not ahead. So that's $20 down. And then because people win on my live streams. What they win gets put towards the same scratchy again. And so we've got Anomalous here with Crazy Squirrel with nuts. We've got Crazy Cash
You
Nuts.
know what? Right now, somewhere in America, some black woman is naming her kid Anomalous.
Yeah, and then we got some. Oh, I can't handle fucking black
Anyway,
people's names.
okay.
I'll whinge about black people's names after this. And then these ones are for Angel Wings because she always wins on Luck of the Irish. Sclefus. Yes, I know that symbol. And then these ones are for Dolly. You know Dolly in this chat? Yeah, these ones are for Dolly. Dolly won $3 straight up off one scratchy. And so these are her free scratchies. And because the stream failed and we didn't get to do this fortnight, so I just cashed them in today, just those. Because she just got one and then the stream crashed. And so now she's got to do that first one again. But now she's got 3 extras she's got to do. And so these are like my patrons. They get like extra scratchies in a list. But then everyone else in chat can pick from Happy Tacos and the basic 20.
Happy tacos. Is that a sexual term of some sort?
Oh, you should see how many Happy Tacos I got. I make sure I got a fuckload of
Oh, I
Happy Tacos.
bet. You bragging again.
Oh yeah, look at all those Happy Tacos. That's like a chain of good nights out right there.
Yeah, okay, so where the medical symbol is stolen from what?
Yeah, look, D Ocean. I was trying to show
Sleepers.
you, but you were making something. This
Sorry.
you need to get an Ophiuchus shirt.
Yeah,
Yeah, Caduceus.
yeah, it's
Ophiuchus.
pronounced
Cool.
it's pronounced as Sclefus, I'm pretty sure.
Well, Asclepius is kind of close to Ophiuchus. They're both about the healer. Like Ophiuchus
Oh,
is
so
closely related to
that's a
Chiron.
modified. Okay, so that's a modified symbol. Sorry, I didn't realize.
No, this is the medical symbol. But this is it says Ophiuchus on it, which is the healer, the Caduceus. It's the Caduceus.
That's what I was thinking of. What's the other word? It's
Caduceus.
like, yeah, there's the staff of Asclepius, and that's a single serpent. But the Caduceus, is that the double helix one? Is that the proper one?
It says
yeah,
November 29th to December 17th. And her birthday is November the 9th. So she is an Ophiuchus, which is from Egyptian astrology.
Yeah, that's more.
Wait, is this one about your daughter, or is this like just the shirt of a goddess? Is this one you made? Is this one you made for a past family member, or?
D Ocean, no, I got it on Amazon.
Oh, okay,
D Ocean's
right.
birthday is December 9th, and so is my dog's, Marley May. And she came in a vision to D Ocean before, because she's crossed over.
Why do you? Why? What region of the country do you give people 2 first names? That's what I was asking before. What is that?
It's
South.
a southern
That's
thing.
the South.
I think it's Ellie Mae,
April, May, June.
Betty June.
That's the South.
That's a fine looking shotgun right there, girl. Oh yeah.
Ellie Mae.
Yeah, up here in the north, we usually just have one name, but then again, if you're from if you are from Mexico or something, you may have like 5 names.
No, that's my favorite pickup line for like Texas girls. That's a fine looking shotgun, and you're walking behind them. They're not holding a gun; they just got those pants. And you're like, oh, and they know what you're talking about.
Hello, Adam. What's up? Oh, well, it was on the tin. I mean, we were talking about Pluto, and I'm still waiting to hear the dates where Pluto's going in and out.
Hold on, let me.
We got to get those. We're trying to get some astrology talk going here.
We need Pluto panties and Hollow Earth yoga pants.
Right.
Pluto panties. Pluto panties
I'm
and
working on it. I'm working on it all.
No,
I'm
but
gonna
no,
look
but
for my chart.
Hey,
it's
wait a minute. I got an idea. Now, wait a minute. I got an idea here.
I'm gonna.
I'm thinking instead of putting all of this stuff on the clothing and sending you the clothing, how about if I get the transfer made and you can put it on clothing you want? Like if you want Mel's hole on your underwear, you put them right on there. You iron it on yourself. How about
yeah.
that?
My old printer used to do the iron-ons and stuff. Yeah, I've got iron-on shirts I've made and that. But yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'll buy some Mel's holes, but they've got to look dirty as with some cheeks on it of like some dirt, like some crusty clay. It's got to be
Around Mel's
suggestive.
hole, yeah.
It's got to be suggestive, but still
Well, I
make it
was
look
gonna
like a
put for
natural
the
bit of like
clearer version. I was gonna
information.
put Mel's hole and just an arrow pointing down.
Yeah, I just do one like Bugs Bunny holding a shotgun with a mailbox smells hole.
Right. And then maybe a dirtier one with dirt around,
Yeah,
No.
I do the full dirt box like a fucking impact crater, and it's like just cracked, and it's like
Right.
yeah, it just says Mel's hole.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, so listen. I'm looking up Pluto over here while I'm listening. The ocean.
Yes.
And Pluto's going to go retrograde on May 2nd. Yes, last year it was May Day. May 1st was Pluto retrograde. And one of my angel signs, if we want to go back to angel signs too, was the fact that my spirit guides and my angels speak to me on significant dates to get my attention, right? Like your angel is talking to you for the solar eclipse, your mother. And so the first year after ayahuasca, I noticed Pluto went retrograde on my birthday, which would obviously catch my attention and make me start studying, paying attention to these alignments much more. And the full moons and the dates and things that the eclipses, the last full moon was on my ex's birthday. That was a sign for me to release some more stuff. For my ex's birthday to fall on a full moon eclipse in Aries in October, right before Halloween, I had to release things to open the door for my spirit guides to work even better. Actually. And that's actually when I went back to work. I had just gone back to work. Like, I had my job interview for the gas station I worked at on 9/11. That's the same day my daughter was cremated. And you know what inspired me to get my license? Taking her ashes to the ocean. So you think she's not going to open those doors for me to get her ashes to the ocean? She's going to point me all in the right direction. All right, let me see.
Adam, would you like your chart done in the 13 sign astrology? Because Heather can do that for you. If
And
you've
I
ever
will.
wondered what your 13 sign astrology sign is.
Let me
I'd like to
see.
know a little bit about how Steve's going a bit more.
And also
No,
Marlena, if you
we'll do
want
that
yours.
later. Do something more joyous first.
What?
Yeah, well, I already heard about Steve. Do something joyous first. You don't do someone with some positive vibes.
Yeah, I'll do. My computer
No,
keeps
do it in
freezing up. I'm
private. Do it
really
in private
sorry.
later. Don't worry about it in public. Don't. Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry about my fucking bullshit. Go do the chat.
There's okay.
I'll read the chat for you if you want.
If
I'll be
anybody
chatting
wants
with
What?
their
What
chart
are we?
done,
What? Huh?
Huh? What?
if anybody wants their chart done,
What? Excuse me, but this is my stream, and I'll give the orders in this place. Hey, Buck. Okay. Yeah, look at him taking over. No. Okay, I'll tell you what. Anybody who let me just make an announcement. We do this every time Heather comes on. If you would like your 13 sign astrology chart done, she will do it for you for free. And all you need to do is give her your birthday, time, and location.
Only.
That's all.
Thank you. Because I honestly, one of my dear subscribers is, she might even be listening because she's come on your channel before. She just sent me the longest email ever about everything that happened after her birth chart. And she hoped it wasn't going to affect her birth chart. And I was like, none of that matters. You could change your name and move all over the world, honey. But it matters where you were born and the time. That's all I need. I just need your birth time, date, and location. I don't need your name. I don't need your address. I don't need your money. I don't need any of that stuff. I just do your chart for you.
Your money.
I mean, if you want to give me your money, that's cool, but I'm not going to charge you.
Yeah.
I'll do it for free. I do work off of donations.
Give me all your loving, all your hugs and kisses too. Oh no, you can't. That'd be hard anyway. That'd be kind of hard over the
All right,
internet.
so Pluto. I'm gonna see. Pluto's going
Pluto, yeah.
retrograde.
Tell us about Pluto, my
I'm
dear.
gonna see if it's gonna dip back in. Hold on a second. And I did give you this. What's her name?
Yeah,
Mirage
Pluto
Star.
is very dippy. I mean, it dips in, dips out. It actually kind of dances between signs for a while, and it's
Yes.
going to be dancing between
And there's a
Capricorn
really
and
good
Aquarius.
video. It is long, but my astrologer I listen to is Raw Star 13, and she's in London. And she does 13 sign astrology with 13 houses. She does full moon and new moon updates. And this is a talk with her in the Magi about this Pluto and Capricorn transit. It is long, so you might want to click it and save it for watch later. Because it's full of really good information, and she's my favorite astrologer right now. Well, she's really the one I follow most closely because she's one of the few that does 13 sign astrology. The only other channel is Mastering the Zodiac, and he does weekly updates. But Raw Star does new moon and full moon and energy updates. If there's a big thing like a Mercury retrograde that she feels is a really big deal, she'll upload something about it. And her videos are under an hour twice a month. So I do make time for her videos, and sometimes I watch them twice because I'm really learning how to read the charts better from her. She points to things and shows me the conjunctions and the transits and things. So I highly recommend her. I actually will give her, that's her channel. I just shared it, but that's about Pluto and Capricorn in Capricorn. We've talked about this here before about Capricorn. Capricorn is the devil card in the tarot deck, which is number 15, which adds up to 6. 6 is actually the lover's card. So the Capricorn rules the devil card, which signifies our lower self and addictions of all kinds, especially in the material world. Because think about Capricorn and the earth sign, and they are what? In the tarot deck? Pentacles, the earth signs. Materials, materialism. I read the devil card from my deck before. And it talked about addictions and how our inner devil needs to be kept on a leash. And honestly, I've been fasting a lot. Like yesterday, I don't even think I've eaten. I've been doing 18-hour fast, 24-hour fast, like in the past week. Social media fast.
Yeah.
I'm really limiting what's coming in my ears so I
I've
can
put
tune
on
inward.
I've
Yes.
put on 14 pounds in about 10 weeks. Look at my arm now
Oh, yeah.
compared to what it was.
Well, I don't know what it was.
Oh God, I was like, I'm 6 foot tall and male, and I only weighed about 90 pounds, if that. And
Oh,
I just put,
wow.
and I've just put on about 14 to 16 in about 10 weeks. And so I've just been trying to. I just ate like 5 tacos last night for dinner till I almost puked. And I just got to force myself to up. I've been going through medical stuff, and I got new teeth and stuff. And so I just got to relearn to eat after like a couple of years of just getting messed up and like, basically stuck on soups, And so I got to get my and it's the portion size that was so low. I was on ketosis, eating mainly just burning body fat and replacing it with more fat. This was basically all I could eat for a couple of years. It was like cheese and rich fatty meats. And so now I'm back to carbs and more sugars, and I'm cutting down the fatty meats to more leaner ones. And it's done hell to my skin. I've got like some boil here on my face.
Oh.
But, yeah, it's going to happen. When you switch from like high fats to carbs, you're going to get bloody pimples because you just get more sugars. And so that's what I'm trying to do, get my body to eat the sugars. But I'm going to end up with some pimples by the look of it.
Yeah, that's the way it goes, unfortunately.
Yeah, well,
But,
I'm doing a complete diet overhaul, so that's fair.
well, yeah, it's sort of like the other way too, is when you detoxify yourself. Whenever I'm detoxifying from something, I get these freaking rashes.
Yeah, so
That are awful.
oh, that reminds, I've got a rash around my beard.
Yes.
That's why I've trimmed it. I had that heat rash around my beard, and I woke up and I've got a scab under here and on this side of my beard. And we had a couple of hot days in a row, but I don't think I've wiped my face with anything spicy or anything weird, or unshowered or done anything weird. It was just
You're not
some.
eating anything different than usual?
Yeah, that's the thing. I am eating differently. I've been stacking up the kilos, and I've been totally diet overhauling, and I've got a
Yeah.
few
Well,
face
he's been
oils.
eating some carbs so he can put on some weight because carbs
Yeah.
Yeah,
put weight on.
and then we had these hot, sweaty days when I had a big beard growing, and I ended up with this scab all the way around. And so I've got some
Mm.
aloe vera
Oh,
here. I'll put some on now, actually. So
that's awful.
I got my aloe vera, like the real plant, none of that cream crap. Anyway, yeah,
The
no,
real
it's not.
gel.
It's not bad. Like it wasn't like a big scab. It's just like what looks like the sleep in the corner of your eye when you get conjunctivitis. It looked like that.
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah,
that is weird.
and
I've
it's not.
never heard of that, really.
Well, anyway, so I got me aloe vera and me vitamin, but we just had a bunch of heat waves, and I think because I'm changing my diet and I had the fully grown out beard and the heat wave, I got some kind of sweat rash. That's all I think it was.
Probably.
I think it's diet change and the heat rash. It's definitely not my skin.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, yeah, it's probably a heat rash then, or have you ever been allergic to any grains, or have you? Do you guys have the weaponized
Oh
wheat?
no,
Yes.
there is a couple of wild plants I don't like, and especially blonde wood dust, like pine and acidic acacia dust. Can't do it. But I can do bloodwoods and redwoods and like blue sapwoods. But if it's like resinous and piney, like that kind of wood, I get like horrible hives. And I've been sanding some bits of wood recently, and I might have picked up a tool and gone like that, having a cigarette, and that could totally be it. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
yeah.
because I'm getting maybe a allergy. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot that I'm
Yeah.
allergic. I forgot I'm allergic to bloody blonde wood dust. I got to do the red and the blue dust. But when I do the pine dust, I got to wear the full kit, and I haven't been wearing the full kit.
And when you try new things, I wanna share this. My prayer warrior lady, she's Russian. She lives here in America. She's from Russia. She's a real Christian, so I don't really talk to her much anymore because I really left very organized religion that are pushy people. They
Go Catholic Orthodox babushka. Well, I
yeah,
just
I
want to
can't
learn.
I
I just
can't
want to learn their cooking. I don't care about a
I
spirituality.
can't do it right now, but um she was a dear friend of mine, and she was trying all these natural supplements
Love,
and
Ken. Bye
superfoods,
bye.
and she started getting all these bad headaches, and she gave me a whole box of expensive superfoods and supplements because she said one of them gave her a headache and she didn't know which one. When you try new things, try one thing at a time and wait a
Yeah,
couple
it's
weeks,
what it
just
is.
like a baby, just
It's like
like
we
a
were
baby.
talking about modern diets. They're
Yes.
putting too much shit into your diet, right? If you're from a certain region of the world, sure, Africans don't worship eating yogurt and cheese and fucking butter. That's for people up in the north in the snow. And if you're white, you have to eat fucking yogurt and milk, or you're just going to be fucked up and you won't
No,
be able
I
to eat
don't.
bread correctly.
It messes me up bad. I don't drink milk or yogurt.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, get out of the gene pool if you can't eat fucking wheat
Do
if you're a
you
European.
know, humans are the only animal that thinks they need milk after infancy. Humans.
That's not necessarily true.
But I've done lots of research on this because I'm a type A blood, and milk, my stomach cannot digest. I bloat up completely.
Yeah.
It's
And I
awful
Do
have absolutely no
yeah,
trouble, and it's
I can
extremely
explain. I
healing to
can
me.
explain that
because
to you
yours is
genetically in
type
about
O.
5 seconds. You
Because
said you have Native American in you, and Native Americans have genetics for lactose intolerance. They never domesticated cattle, and so to say you can't eat what a white European eats because you've got partial Native American in you means nothing to
I've
me.
got partial Native American, and I've been drinking milk my whole life,
it,
and it's very
But
good
I
for
can
me.
tell
I
by
know
looking at
D.
each of
Ocean
you how your
said,
genes are expressed,
but
right?
and
She
what
clearly looks more Native American than you do. And
it
she's the one having the lactose problem and you're not. And gene
No,
expression
I don't
matters.
really see that she clearly does.
but
Okay, go
But
on.
D, listen, we've
Because,
already talked about this because you think you're a type O blood. I'm type A. I have
yes, we've
very low
already
stomach acid.
decided
So
there's
and
different blood too, folks.
I'm an RH negative. I'm
Right.
really trying to find out
You
more.
can't be
Of,
two types of blood at once. It doesn't
I'm a
If
exist.
you have an
yes, you.
Icelandic type
I'm an
digestive
A
system,
negative.
you're going to need
You
different things.
you're
Guess
Okay.
gonna
what?
either be a positive or a negative, and you're gonna be a letter A, B,
Yeah,
or
guess
O.
what? Guess what? I'm O negative, and every single person, every single blood type in the world can take mine, and it
Yes,
works.
Right.
yes,
We
yes.
know.
You are the
Yeah,
universal
O,
donor.
O positive cannot give the negatives. O negatives can give the positives, but to everyone, A's, B's,
Hang
ABs,
along. I'm
RHs.
not really fast at typing, so I'm just going to tell Marilena. Marilena, you have my phone number, okay? Send me a message. You have my phone number, love. Okay?
But guess
And
what
we'll
else is
talk.
also
Okay?
awesome? Guess what else is also awesome? See how blood red my features are in my lips and stuff?
Hmm.
I have hemochromatosis, and my blood actually carries an extra iron receptor
Hmm.
on my blood cells. So instead of 4, I've got 5. And so my blood carries too much iron, which means I circulate too much oxygen, which can degrade my cells. And so if my iron levels get too high, it can cause problems. So once a year, I give blood, and the fact I'm O negative and my blood carries more oxygen, they use my blood specifically to go cure people with carbon monoxide poisoning that are deoxygenated because they pump my blood cells into them, and then they get more oxygen quicker.
Mhm.
So I'm basically a fucking vampire, you know.
Right, I've said that before. I've said that before, but here's the thing I want to say. Now you're letting the blonde hair fool you about the Native American stuff. I've got the cheekbones. I've got several other characteristics, including the lack a very light body hair, hardly any.
I can see
Um,
it in your lower cheeks. You've got the Native American Asiatic lower cheeks. You've got that broader lower body fat in it. And lovely book. Looks like your business card, by the way. Sorry,
and the
I can't
body
help it.
type. I've got the body type that
Yeah,
goes
well,
with it.
I can't see your body, but I see
Right.
it in your face, right? You've got those jowls that are lower rather than up higher, like a yeah.
I've got the cheekbones here. I got the jaw. I've also
Yeah,
got
you got
other
the bones
characteristics
up
I'm not
high.
going into here, but
Yeah.
there's
I'm not
other things
calling you
too.
old. I'm not calling you old. I'm talking about morphology and anthropology. I look at people's heads and like to guess where they're from. I mean, and ladies, I did the same thing as soon as I met Lady Spellbreaker. I'm like, oh, you look like this. And then we're talking about family heritage. And even if I'm wrong, it gives people an opening to be like kind, and we're sharing cultures, right?
Right.
Yeah,
I'm not upset about it. I'm just saying
but
there's my blonde hair fools people. I got more
this
Native
book,
American than you bet. I got more
Mhm.
Native American than she does actually in my background because my great grandmother was full blooded.
Eat
but
right for your type. So you've been into this philosophy forever.
well, I'm such a hybrid that I've got a little bit of the Russian area over by uh gosh darn it, it's by
Azerbaijan,
Romania,
yeah,
and yes,
Azerbaijan,
me either.
Czech Republic, Lithuania, Yugoslavs, Black Sea or Red Sea. Which one?
And Italian. So really think about this. Italy. My grandmother, my dad's mom, her family came straight over here from Italy. Her grandmother's name was Magdalena Caterina. So you see, it's not even just the Native
Yeah,
American,
yeah.
but
I was about to say you have Italian lips because they're like pencil thin, and
yeah, Italian
you've got
lips.
that old nonna, you got that old nonna lip, and you're like they've got the big face, but they've got that pencil thin lip, and they're like, "Well, what are you, you fucking yeah, I know the old nonnas.
I'm already a sub, Mary Wins. So
I'm
Miss
gonna jump
Marilyn
over
can't
and I'll get
digest.
the
That's
sub.
right.
Yeah, I'm
Mary,
jumping over. I'll drop this down. There we go.
there
Okay,
are people who
so
can't, who don't digest milk, red meat, and legumes. Yeah, there are people who absolutely, and we don't. Isn't good for anybody right now.
Yeah,
this
everyone has
book.
different genetics for what they eat.
Yes, okay, and okay, this book is called Eat Right for Your Type. Nothing
Yep,
is absolute for one. So
yep,
everybody can give all the advice under the sun. If you don't know somebody's blood type and their background and stuff, you might
yep.
be giving them bad advice.
Your your
Seriously.
your your environment, regardless of your ancestry, is a good indication of what you can handle. But
Yes.
your environment you've grown up with and the bacteria you've absorbed and that live in your stomach, just like your immune system and white blood cell genetics are inherited from your mother, the enzymes that work in your stomach as a child come from not just the milk. It's genetically inbuilt, we now know. And that's why eating right for your type is the greatest advice I've always said. It's like you don't have to eat what my ancestors ate, but I eat what my ancestors ate because they ate it and it kept them alive. But I don't recommend like a South African eats a fucking stick of butter every day. It's probably going to kill him, right?
Yeah. So see, the main goal of me studying this is learning. What I've learned is that I have type A blood. It is less acidic. I am a very alkaline. So anything acidic upsets me. I can break out easier when I eat certain things.
Wouldn't adding acid to alkaline bring you homeostasis instead?
Yes, and so what I do every so often, routinely, 2 or 3 times a week, I drink apple cider vinegar, even though this book tells me not to because the vinegar can upset me, right?
I was about to say baked onion. Yum.
Yes, and I put lemon in that because lemon is recommended for me, but I'm supposed to avoid oranges because lemons have something that are beneficial to me. Oranges have something that's going to produce something harmful. So this book is very important. O's are meat eaters. So if you're a vegan and you're a type O blood, your body has really acidic stomach. Usually, there can be other factors to this, and I'm really looking into the Rh negative factor because I'm thinking there's something with Rh negatives that even switches even more. But I
RH
can't find
negative
it.
only has to do with producing offspring. It's the only environmental factor it has. And that is if the mother and the child both have RH negative and the child's still in the womb, the mother's own immune system will attack it. And that's a biological deficiency. RH negative blood is not fucking good, and you're not both meant to have it.
See, well, that what Marilyn is saying actually, as far as ours food over here in the States, all of our grains have been weaponized pretty much.
Yep.
Pretty much. They're all weapons.
The corn industry is propped up. I mean, that's why they started putting ethanol in fuel, and they started pumping, instead of real sugars, they started putting corn fructose, because the corn industry is a great export internal revenue thing in America, and the taxation from it, they have to prop up the corn industry. And so they put this synthetic fructose bullshit in all your fucking food. And it's just because the taxes work that way. It's cheaper to do it.
Well, I don't know that it's just because of that, but that's probably part of it. But you know what?
That's how
It's such a
farms work.
freaking perfect cocktail for disaster that we got here that it's hard for me to
It is.
believe that
It is.
it's by accident.
Yeah. Modern preservatives have only been in food for the last 50 years. And they're telling us these compounds are safe in certain levels. But who's done the cost benefit analysis of every single preservative that they put in everything? And what happens if someone eats a bunch of everything and they get individually, those compounds are safe, but they're highly volatile modern chemicals and they're not natural stable enzymes. And so when you start eating like your packet of chips and your packet of biscuits, those trans fats combining in your body to create some kind of fucking poison. And no
Right.
one's done these looks at it. No one's done it. We don't know. We've never had a generation that ate shit. We can look at our parents now, and they grew up with preserved food, the beginning of it, and we can see how quickly they're getting cancer in their late 50s.
Now that's interesting because actually what they're talking about here, and I wanted to say to you, your mother who has trouble with, has she tried? And I know this is so simple. I don't know if she can eat anything sweet, but can she eat a couple of dates a day, like just plain old dates?
There's
My
no
mom,
Can she
point
eat
even.
that?
There's no point asking to do fucking anything. To be honest, I've tried talking to him
Not
plainly.
not you. I'm talking to
I feel the
Okay.
same way though, Puck. I just asked my mom on my YouTube channel. I said it publicly. Why do I keep trying to help people who don't want to change? Why do I keep trying?
Why
Isn't
do
it
I
the
have to
health?
I
keep
mean, it's so
explaining,
easy. It's so easy. It's like,
lady spellbreaker? Why do we
Why
have
do
to
I
keep
keep
going
giving it my
over?
energy?
Yeah, like seriously, right? I can tell you that I have mental illness, and I find this issue a big problem. And so I'm going to cut this issue off at the head and pre-give you money for said power bill. But as soon as Power Bill comes, she starts screaming at me anyway. And it's like, there's no way out of this. It's like, I've sat there and explained to you it's a problem. Can you not do it? You've said yes, and I've prepaid it. Then the bill comes, and I'm like, I don't want to hear about it. Just take the money. But because she needs to talk about it right now, I know I'm going through my own mental shit because I've got like.
What are we talking about here? What are we
We're
doing?
talking about if I'm not willing to address the issues other people have around me instantly, they fucking put so much shit on me, I end up hurting myself because I'm fucking cooked. I'm mentally fucked, and they're
I'm
not.
really sorry.
They're
to
not.
hear that.
They're not mentally fucked. I am, and I can't handle it. And I keep telling them I'm fucking done, and they think by calling my bluff and not getting murdered is them being right.
Okay. Did I do something?
No, hypothetically,
No.
in Minecraft, I meant in Minecraft. It's fine. Yeah.
Because I don't understand if I did
No,
something.
no,
what
no,
I did.
they just ruined my pyramid in
No
Minecraft.
idea.
So, yeah, they ruined my pyramid in Minecraft. Yeah, it's fine. Good recovery. Johnny 5 is alive. I need reassembling, Stephanie.
You know what? They're all stubborn and set in their ways.
They are.
And all I
think a
do,
lot of people
I
are.
will give them the idea, and then I will back off.
I think yes. That's here's
We
what
got
I
plenty
just.
of old people in this building here.
Oh, that's
I'll just
God's.
say, hey, you know what? This should work. They don't
I
do
don't
it.
think age is the issue. I think it's the individuals. I'm not saying because it's
Well,
my
I believe
mother
that
and her
too. Yeah,
generation. I'm not saying her
I think a lot
generation
of
is
it
an
has to
issue
do
at all.
with a lot
but
of
there are
people's.
some people who are so set in their ways that they will not listen. Okay,
Exactly. Yes.
to anything, and I will just say, hey, your problem could be solved very simply.
Yes.
Yeah,
And then I
well, that's
let
what,
it go, and then I let it go.
but that's the problem, right?
And that's all,
I've
and then
I've
if they
only
ever think of it,
I've only just realized trying to address it logically and retrospectively is just a circular argument into more bullshit. And so there's nothing I can do to change their behavior, I've realized.
no.
All I can do
Hey,
is
Gemini, how you doing?
disown them.
So that's exactly what that
Well,
link I just shared
I
is about.
told you to go ahead and do it, didn't I? I said, if that's the way you feel, you need to go do it. That's exactly what I said.
I have done it. I haven't called. Well, it was her birthday on the 7th, and I didn't ring her. I said,
what?
"Oh well,
Who?
you didn't invite me down to Christmas because your violent fucking gladiator boyfriend just threatened me a few days before, and you knew it wouldn't be a good idea to have me down because you'd rather have him around than fucking me, your own fucking son."
Yeah.
And I've done nothing fucking wrong. The only two stipulations I had when I come here is I know you have a problem with money.
She
Stop
might
putting
be
your shit
getting
on
a
me.
bit, she might be
Oh,
getting a bit
fucking.
off in her thinking.
Oh,
She might be
nah,
getting.
fuck.
Boys will do that to you.
No,
Um,
this dude is fucked, right? He doesn't even have a friend and he's lived here for 10 years. Me and my mates have invited him fishing countless times and he never comes. All he wants to do is hang around with mum and bitch. And because I don't wake up at 5 a.m. and go to work like him, I'm a cunt. But I've just been through like fucking 10 years of medical fuck around. I'm on fucking disability. I move here on a caravan. And the only excuse I can get out of him why he's mean mugging me and threatening me is because I'm not doing enough. It's like, when I ever get time to fucking rest and deal with my own shit, or do I have to deal with your shit that has nothing to do with me? Why are you putting your shit on me, and why should I be dealing with it?
Okay, but okay. And my show is very positive. So I'm going
gonna
to
shut
try
up.
and say, I'm going to try and
I'm
say,
going to shut up.
I can commiserate. My mother was crazy, okay? She was crazy. She did some crazy things to me. She was very crazy at the end because she had dementia. And she did some very mean things. And even at that, she cared, but she was not right in the head. Okay? She wasn't. She was when I was younger, she was a whole different person. She married somebody besides my father after he died, and he took so many things for it, it just went, she just became a different person from being around him. And she, for instance, he told her she couldn't sing. She always used to sing around the house. One of the reasons I sing now, he told her she couldn't sing. She would have had a bad voice. He told her that I was this and that and the other thing, and I wasn't allowed over at their house. I wasn't allowed there at holidays. I was, on and on and on and on. Okay, a bunch of bullshit, and that was her husband. But she chose him. So what am I going to do? So after he died, she wanted me to come over and visit her and help her out. And at first, I just thought she was bereaved. But then I realized after a while, it took a while to realize, no, she was going thoroughly nuts, okay? And I have to realize one of the things I've had to come to terms with is, okay, she was doing her from whatever damaged state she was in. She was in a very damaged state too. So, with Alzheimer's and whatever else he did to her head, that was the best she could do, which wasn't good. Wasn't good. Okay. But I had to, in my heart and in my mind, I had to forgive her because obviously she was fucked up. Okay. So all it does, if I sit there and I constantly get re-hurt by her doing all those things to me, she's not around anymore. Now yours still is. She's not around anymore though. But by being hurt by that, I'm just hurting myself. Okay. I'm hurt. She's fine where she is. So I knew I had to get rid of that, being hurt by that, because this is my life. And if I let that be my yardstick, then she is hurting me from the other side. You can't be living rent free in my head anymore. Sorry, you can't be doing that. I cannot let her live rent free in my head. And I would say that to anybody who is living rent free in your head, you know? And that's just my 2 cents. You don't have to take it. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to take my advice at all. You could think that maybe that you think that's full of bullshit. I don't know. But
I know you're right. I know you're right. But I'm not ready to go there yet. That's about it where I'm at. Right? I know there's no amount of logic or retribution or, or even arbitrary mediation that will get them to realize what they're doing. That's just impossible. They're just not mentally.
They can't. They
They're
ain't
not
got the
mentally
capacity.
capable. They're not mentally capable of empathy. And it's weird because my mum's a nurse and she's also a Pisces. And yet she's just literally incapable of empathizing with me. But she does with everyone else in the world. This is some trauma she's got against me and I can't figure it out. I've tried to address it with her for years.
Well,
I'm not a psychologist, but I have certainly gone to one for a while because I have stress, depression, complex PTSD.
Yeah, I got
So I have my
diagnosed with.
own issues.
Yeah, I'm clinically rubber stamped batshit fucking nuts. I got the government paperwork for it.
Well, I mean, we all choose our lessons before we get here. And if that's yours,
I don't think we do. I think I had a dream and a goal in life, and it got fucking taken away from me. So don't fucking give me that. Don't tell me I picked this shit before I got here, because that's a cop out. I'm not fucking taking that. I'll get out. I'm leaving. That's gonna make me angry. That shit.
okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
I don't want to
I'm too
interrupt you.
emotional. I just lost my best mate Steve. I'm getting drunk.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
know.
I'll just go, right? I'll let you guys chill out. I don't
Hey,
want to fucking blow up on people,
Puck,
you know.
and look up the stages of grief, because that's a very
I'm
important
aware.
factor.
I know the 7 stages. I'm aware. I do
Yeah.
psychology and anthropology. I've been clinically crazy for 15 years, and I've read the entire fucking Bible of the mental health disorders they used to analyze people. I know all the literature.
And one of the things that I teach on my channel is about the polarities, because we try, like, I think we,
Well,
most of
I
us
don't
try to
believe
keep it
in
high vibe.
magnets, bro.
But
Magnets aren't
look at
magic,
this.
bro.
What's going on with this confetti? Where the fuck did that
Magnets
just
aren't
come from?
magic, bro.
What just happened? A high vibe.
I just said magnets aren't magic. I don't believe in it. There's
Did
no
anybody
point
just see
saying.
that?
I saw that. Something came down.
Yeah,
What's
I'm
happening?
gonna
Yes.
It's
go.
snowing?
I'm gonna go before the magnets come and fucking
I
suck
have
me up.
not eaten any
The
mushrooms
magnet.
today at all. Puck. Be
What the
easy.
heck happened?
Even if you're clinically insane, as he said, the thing is, like, okay, life is about highs and lows. It's there's a lot. I'm seeing so much spiritual bypassing, and I'm seeing big spiritual teachers even taking note of this and speaking up about it now, because this spiritual awakening that everybody's all high vibe and we have to stay high is not true. We don't have to, because I'm actually working with my psychologist on the feelings wheel. She got out her feelings the other day. There is really, people are splitting up our feelings. They're separating that we have to be happy all the time, or that
Well, you're
some
not
people,
going to be happy if you're
no,
doing shadow work, honey. I mean,
no, if you're doing real work, it isn't a walk in the park. I'm
no,
going
you're
to
not
tell
going to
you.
be happy.
No, you're going to confront your demons head on. Your demons, not Donald Trump's and not Joe fucking Biden's. Your shit. No one else's. This is where you
Mhm.
face yourself. That's what this is about. That's what life is about. Where you know who I worry about today more than anybody else? Me. I'm worrying about what's on my fucking agenda, not anyone
Right.
else's. Not anyone else's. And that is serious self business.
Well, you
And it's
have
not
to.
selfish at all.
You
But
have to. You have to put the
yeah.
gas mask. You have to put the mask on your own face before you put it on, because otherwise you're not going to be around to help the other person.
Mm-hmm. And pardon
So,
my French, but like, that's one of the biggest reasons I haven't been going live anymore, is because so I can focus on myself. I've got a big grief that happened in my life, and I
yes,
continued going because I was in shock. So I was
yes.
trying to empathize with Puck, but I didn't have a chance. Like, to say, my daughter passed away in this room, and I moved into this room in shock. I moved in here so I could be close to her. And she has been guiding me. Today I got to the DMV, and they called out R819, and her birthday is August 19th, 819. That was an angel sign of her letting me know, Mom, I'm right here. And so she's guiding me even to move forward in my life. I understand he's angry about his mom's choice in a boyfriend and this glitch in his relationship with his mother. That's what it is. There's a glitch, and he's probably feeling abandoned and wounded by it, right? And so when we feel like maybe our mom is choosing someone else over us, that could cause a negative reaction. It
That's
hurts.
basically my mom did the same damn
Yes.
thing.
But still, like with my daughter in our story, the reason I continue to share this is because I'm still working with my daughter through healing, through grief. She wants me to move forward. She wants me to continue moving forward.
Hmm.
And Puck, one thing I could say is don't take it personally. Nothing your mom is doing is in spite of you. It has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with her, not you.
Exactly. It's
Not
her thing. It's
not
not you.
you. It's her
It's not
making a
really you
choice
at
in
all.
her life. Yes, I know. I know why I read the Four Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. And agreement number 3 is don't take anything personally. And I know I was angry, full of absolute going to take revenge on these drug dealers that put the fentanyl in the heroin that caused my daughter to go to the spirit world. September 9th of 2020. And in my shock, as I came in this room I am in right now, I have a choice today, from that day until today, to put one foot in front of another and embrace my life today. I can stay mad at the drug dealers down the road, but trust me, my mad at them is not affecting their day at all.
No.
They went on with their life. They're
Mhm.
still doing what they do.
And you being mad at me,
And they don't
I'm
care.
just gonna, have to keep living my life. Yeah, and
Yes. And my daughter wants me to keep moving forward. And she's making a way for me to move to a new place even and start, like, she was all I had. So, now I'm deciding what I'm supposed to do with the rest of my life. I had a almost nervous breakdown last year and shaved my head, even because I couldn't deal with it because I was getting so many headaches, and I had to take a break from everyone and trying to solve everything for everyone else and solve my own
I'm
problems
a
for once in my
freaking
life.
hermit most of the time. You know
Me
that?
too. Me too.
Yeah,
I had to finally practice what I was
almost
preaching
nobody sees me.
and take care of myself.
And it's because people that's too much.
Yes.
They're too much into their drama, man. I mean,
A,
there's so many people, and it's useless drama.
a
It's
lot of it is. That's why I
ceaseless,
don't get into.
useless, and self-imposed drama. I'm not
Yes.
talking about anybody in here, okay? I'm just saying that out in the world, so many people have this completely useless self-imposed drama, like they're bored or something, and so they're going to have drama. I'm like, dude, what?
Yes.
Why are you doing this? What is your point here? So to me, it's like I never liked soap operas. Okay, never did. So if you're bringing me a soap opera, I'm going to have very limited patience with that.
Yes.
Um, I'm about solutions, and if all you're wanting
Yes.
to do is emote about how, okay, I'll let you emote a little bit and blow off a little bit of steam, but then there'll come a point at, okay, so what you going to do about this?
That's yes. What are you gonna do about it?
Or are you going to just or are you just going to let it keep going? You know, and in my case, I decided I'm not going to let it keep going. The only person though that the only person I have control of is me. So it better be from my end. So you know, and there's been times when I've had such a dark outlook. Really, I didn't see how. I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to be in this place. I didn't see why I had to do this to myself. I was actually angry when somebody told me that we chose, Diane Patricia Cota Robles, Patricia Diane Cota Robles. She's a famous author, and she does channelings and stuff. And one of the things she would start her seminars with, it was a joke. She would say, "Oh, well, I decided to do something that no other light worker before me had ever decided to do, that no other light worker decided to do in this life. I decided that I would have a codependent family." And everybody laughed. Everybody thought that was really funny. You know why? Because every single one of the people coming to hear her, and I know I hear this all the time, all the light workers, they all chose a codependent family. They all came into a codependent family, every single last one of them that I've ever known. Nobody's ever come into an easy family. Nobody's ever come into a simpatico family.
No.
There's got to be a reason for that. I'm not sure I can tell you the reason. I can guess, but there's got to be a reason. Why is it we're all
Why?
in codependent families?
Because the mission is to break free and get to know who you are and take care of yourself above
Exactly.
all
That's
else.
what I think.
Codependent no more. I've owned that
That's
book.
the game. That
I
is the
own the
game.
12 steps to codependency.
Mhm. That's the game. That's like the thing that we're wrapping up. And it's a rough one. Is it easy? Oh, fuck no. Ew. Some people do not complete that lesson in this life. Some people do not complete that course. Some people, it takes lots and lots of lives to complete that one.
Yeah.
And it sucks. It really hurts and it sucks. And it's, and I remember how I used to be. I do remember, and it makes me have more compassion though, because I know how I was. Okay. It has made me very compassionate and more patient with people than I ever was before. Before there was a time when I was not very patient with people. But like I said, I it and it taught me something being on the Irmis when I read about you will get smarter. You'll get sharper. You'll not exactly smarter, but you get sharper. You'll think different. You'll think quicker. The problem is, though, what you'll get is you'll get to the point where it's very annoying to try and deal with people who are not that smart. You have to keep reminding yourself this is all they can do. This is, because you'll sit there and watch them go the opposite way. I mean, 9 times out of 10, you know what I notice? Because I'm a passenger a lot of times in people's cars. If there is a right turn and a left turn, and they don't know which way, nobody knows which way to go. 9 times out of 10, they're going to pick the wrong way. And that's more than the odds. That is way more than the odds. Now wait a minute here. What the heck? You know? Something is going on with that in our psyche that we are going to pick the wrong fucking way.
That happened the wrong answer today. I was taking the practice test This is why I'm being so selective about information coming into my ears and eyes and who I even talk to anymore, to be honest with you. I am protecting my ears and my eyes, my brain, my soul, like my life depends on it. Why? Because it fucking does. And it doesn't get any more real than this. Honestly. Every seed that is planted in your brain, think of the sound of silence song. It becomes a part of you. It becomes a part of your belief system. Now, if you don't believe that and how this stuff could be affecting us, let me show you this book called Magnificent Addiction, because there's a whole chapter on the power of belief and how it affects our healing. And so here's the thing. People are healing by not allowing things to come into their realm. Getting off of these devices. People talk all about earthing and things like that, but the connection to the actual earth is way different. Um, I was just talking to my friend about these electronics, and he said he's sick to death of watching how addicted people are to electronics and the technology. And we talk all about how the radiation signals and things are all so bad for us, but we can't stop using them. We can't just go inward and not have to have um, a constant flow of information coming into our ears and eyes 24/7, 365. And I realized that after my daughter passed away, I woke up every day and cranked my headphones. As soon as I woke up and stood up, I didn't even do anything but turn the music on as loud as I could every morning as soon as I got out of my bed,
To kill the
because I
pain.
couldn't deal with this world without her.
Right.
And the music was pumping um, endorphins and dopamine.
Mhm.
It was a natural painkiller. And not only that,
Mhm.
my daughter and I sang together. And then
Mhm.
I closed her door for like 2 weeks. I couldn't even come in her room without fucking losing it. Then I came in and saged it and cleansed it and cleaned it, scrubbed it, because she was severely depressed. It was a mess. And so I rearranged it and incorporated her stuff and my stuff together. I united with her soul. I truly feel like she takes over my fingers when I'm typing sometimes. She will, like, if she didn't want me to say something live for the whole world to hear right now, she would cut this fucking stream off immediately.
Yeah.
She is is it's amazing what's happening. Stuff flies off the fucking shelves in a heated moment through grief and stuff. But that is that is exactly
Well, you
why.
know that one of mine is David, and I walk into Mark's, and I'll walk into Mark's just randomly, and I'll hear, "She's got lilac lips." That's what I told him. I told him one time what makeup I used. And I told him it was iced lilac on my lips. It was really a an eye pencil instead of a lip pencil, but it matched better. So then every time I walk, I hear on their music, on their background music, she's got lilac lips. David Bowie.
uh,
No, he's done strange stuff like bring stuff up on my feed. They obviously can do some stuff, you know?
yeah.
They can move some things around. I mean, things have appeared, things have disappeared, things have, there's been all kinds of phenomena surrounding that. So I really think they can do a lot of things. So it doesn't surprise me that she's doing all this kind of thing, that she's doing stuff in the background. So,
Yes. And so here's the thing, we got to be in tune to it. If there's constant noise, I understand truly that spirits come through electronics, because I went live and was talking about the Ophiuchus new moon 1212 portal,
Hmm.
right on my channel. And when I said Ophiuchus closely related to Chiron, a little orb flew by me right at that moment, and my power went out. My power strip went out because the heater kicked on and it overloaded the power strip. And it was like I was sitting here in darkness for a second, except for the purple lights around my ceiling, because it didn't knock the whole power, just everything that was on the strip out. And so I was like, oh, and the synchronicities at that, because my friend Sharon in Scotland is a subscriber of mine, and she told me to rewind to the part right when I said Chiron, the wounded healer, is when the orb flew right by, letting me know. So it's good to have your viewers actually watching that see those orbs. Sharon is the reason I quit using those AI features and filters on my videos, because she said they're hard to see with the filters, the orbs. And I am in the final resting place of my daughter. It was her room. So it's like, that's beautiful. That I think that's why I'm being guided to steer away from everything, so I can really hear very clearly from that what all's coming through.
We do, what we get different. Like I get different orders, not orders, but suggestions than you do, those sometimes.
Yes.
And I have to realize, for instance, but you know what? I've noticed this is one of the things we've got to kind of guard against when we're giving people advice. Sometimes the advice we've been given is our advice for us.
That's usually what it is.
It's not necessarily for everybody. Like,
Yes.
I had somebody telling me to stay away from onions and garlic because they're allergic to them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's like if I told you, quit eating tomatoes and peppers, I'm allergic to them. It's like, well, wait a minute. What? Yeah, it's like, and that's, and I'm not saying that you're altogether wrong, that there's lectins in all plants that can be dangerous to the wrong person, right?
Yes.
But we've got to, we're so, um where we come from, we're more together, we're more all as one, okay?
Yes.
But here we have to realize we're separate people.
With very different
And
blood
we have
types.
to deal, yes, we have to deal with that. That's
Yes.
part of what we're doing here. Is that
Yes.
we're really different. And sometimes it's really hard for me because I know a lot and I've learned a lot. And it's hard for me to sit here and go, well, you could be right, you know, when, I've done all kinds of research, but maybe things are different for you, though, so that's another thing is I've learned to be more accepting of the differences, and if you are getting very strong advice, I'm not about to stand in your way and say, like in some people's case, but I do have to tell you, in some people's case, holding on to um, somebody that's passed into spirit, for instance, can harm them, can hold them back, and also bring you into that interface with death, with the other realm, which is not necessarily good for your living physiology. However, if they've already gone through their period where they've gone through their transformation, that's a whole different thing. I mean,
Yeah. Yes. You are so right, because June, my friend June, the psychic that had me on her show after Left
mhm,
with Ghosts,
mhm,
June wrote this book, How to Talk with Spirits. This is her book by June Ahern.
mhm,
And She has been doing this for many, many years, she does ghost hunts in haunted houses, like in San Francisco, at the Haunted Bay and stuff. So she's teaching me how to talk to my daughter more. And I truly believe that Kayla connected me in June. And Marley, even my dog, even though it was through Michelle Cannon Free, connected me and you. See, it was, and Marley let me know I was even in the right place because her birthday's the same day as yours. That's one of my confirmations, December the 9th. So June was talking about our spirits are not just free from the body as soon as they leave. They are still going through immense healing from the life they just endured.
Exactly.
Whatever
Yeah.
you suffered with in this earthly life, you will take with you, and you're working on your soul because you didn't do it while you were here. What you don't do here, you're doing. You're not getting out of it. Whatever you do. If some people think they can commit suicide and free themselves from their life of misery, no, you can't. You're taking your personality and your humanness in your spirit form, just not your body. My daughter is still healing. Her and I work together. She guides me to the things that are going to help me heal. And I am still teaching about forgiveness with the anger, with the letting go, because she was sexually abused by her father. She was filled with rage. Most of her rage she took out on herself. On
And that is
herself.
pretty typical, really.
Yes.
Somehow the people take a lot of rage out on themselves.
So that is exactly why June had me on her show. She has me as a guest and speaks very highly that she is amazed when she met me how she can see so clearly that my daughter in spirit is working with me. She gives me messages. She actually just told me that I am going to thrive as soon as I get out of my mom's home and out of my mom trying to tell me how to live my life. And guess what's next? A home. I'm looking at homes right now. And Kayla
Yeah.
is telling me, my daughter is telling me that it's time to move forward out of the room that she died in, that she left her body
Well,
in.
I told you that a long time ago,
Yes,
sister.
yes,
I
I
said,
know.
you need to get out because it's hard to live with your parents. Oh my God, trying to live with your parents after you've grown and you've had a place of your own. It's like that is fucked up. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yes,
It's really fucked up.
it is.
And
But I had to do it when the time was right. I needed time to
right.
heal and
Well,
recover.
you need to get your shit together to
And
go do something like
yes,
that. Yeah.
one of the things my best friend from when I was a teenager told me recently that really hit me hard was something that I say to everyone else that I needed to hear. Heather, right now, you don't need to be helping anybody else. You are grieving the loss of your child, and you need to be being there for yourself. And if anybody tells you different, and that hit me in a way that, like, I needed to hear that because I needed to practice what I am preaching.
Who
I
was
needed to
that did
stop
that
and
song?
take my cape off for a moment and focus on healing my own grief and child loss.
Yeah, that was Garden Party, that song. Uh, it's all right now. I learned my lesson well. You can't please everybody, so you just have to please yourself.
Yeah.
That was the lyrics from Garden Party. Yep, went to a garden party. Yeah, it's all right now. Learn my lesson well. You can't please everyone, so you better please yourself. Yeah, we have
You
to.
better please yourself, is right.
Yeah.
If you don't love yourself, see, that's even a common thing that's going on today. All these people are like, oh, they rejected me. Oh, they don't love me. I can see all over social media what people are doing for attention, for likes, for more subscribers, for whatever. And it's all feeding all the dopamine and stuff. And it's like we've even lost our connection to real people in that aspect. Like, honestly, I have been searching high and low to find someone to work with in person, putting our two real hands together and our real heads together and working together to create things together. Because all the things I'm doing, planting, harvesting, doing it all, getting my products ready, making the labels, office work, everything, shipping it out, I'm only one person, and it's a lot of work. And then the thing
Me
I
too.
can do.
That's why I'm very reticent to get into it. It's like there's tons of things I could be selling,
Yes,
but there is a lot of work to that.
yes, there
And
is.
I don't even have a freaking car. Trying to get around and get things done and get them done on time and get people their stuff in timely fashion and all that. That's really freaking hard for me. It's one thing I haven't I haven't really gotten a grasp on yet. I am trying to wrap my head around it all to get it to where it's streamlined enough that I can actually accomplish that.
Mm-hmm.
But as of right now, I've been trying to get something to you that I made for how many months?
I don't know.
And I'm like, how in the hell is that always slipping through the cracks? Because something else is coming up. How in the hell am I going to run a business like that? I can't run a business like that.
That's why I said
Um,
you should buy a printer, and you can print it, ship it. You can print shipping right from the USPS. Just connect your bank card, right, and pay for the shipping, and you can print it right from your phone, right from a tablet. That's what I did during COVID. I learned how to ship from home. And until I had my own printer, I used my mom's. But I just bought my own printer after I got a job.
okay, so
And
how do you do that? Do you just get what kind of a printer do you've got it's just a regular printer?
yeah, unless you're going to print labels for products and use a lot of ink, you could just use your black ink to do your shipping labels. And unless you're mailing 50
Well, I
packages a
might be
day,
able
it
to
should
get a
still last
mini
a while.
printer to do that. You know what? I was just thinking that I've seen mini printers in Temu and they're not very expensive. Maybe I could just get a little mini printer.
Yeah,
That might work.
you could. I
Oh,
make
Adam's
payments
got a
online.
question. Hang on. Adam's got a question. I'm going to answer. I can't. You know what? I have trouble typing on these things.
I'll
I have
put my
trouble typing.
sunglasses
Do
on.
you know where I can find that song Sunglasses at Night remix with Sherry on the chorus?
I'm ordering
You
some more
know,
right now.
I really don't know where Chris has got his stuff stashed. I wish I did, because there's some stuff I'd like to hear again. But you're going to have to find somebody that's got that link to, and I would think it would be on either, because, is it on his Patreon? Is it on his Facebook? Is it somewhere else? But, I wish I knew, because they've done some good stuff. But I'm sorry, I don't know that one. Yeah, Timo is supposedly spyware, China spyware. Yeah. Well, everything
It's
is.
I know. I
Every
just
freaking
don't
thing
put
is
a lot.
spyware these days, okay?
I don't put a lot on my phone, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't want. Honestly,
And I
I don't
don't
have
want
any.
to, and I'd have to if I got really into the selling stuff. I'd have to be on my phone a lot more because I'd have to be answering these things. That's another thing. Some people do really well at selling, like on these marketplace type things, but they're answering their phone all the time. I lay mine down. I walk away from my phone a lot. If I was going to do that, I would have to be on my phone all the time because that's the way people are that actually do well with that.
That is why, like right now, this is why I barely talk about my products right now, because guess what? I can handle sitting here making the labels. I got my music on. I'm in my flow. I got the rhythm going. My creative juices are going. When I'm making the products, I'm in my flow. I'm not listening to any informational stuff. I have music on. And I live mostly with music on. And it helps me on my healing journey. And Ophiuchus is about music anyway, by the way, and my Neptune is Ophiuchus. My Neptune in Ophiuchus actually is the soul singer. So I wear my Ophiuchus shirt to represent my Neptune and my psychic abilities, and that's my subconscious. Ophiuchus is
I should probably get an Ophiuchus. I
you
should
should.
make a freaking
You
Ophiuchus
should.
shirt.
It's a good conversation starter. That shirt is. And so
Mhm.
I listen to mostly music when I'm doing that. What I can't handle is everyone and all their questions on their orders, especially if it gets real
The
personal,
customer
because
service,
they're
yeah.
going to tell me their entire life story just to get a
Oh my
little bit
God,
of
I know.
information on what they're going to need to take. They might tell me their life story and their mother's life story and their brother's life story
And
before
their
I can
cats
make
and
a
dogs as
recommendation.
well. Don't forget the cat and dog. They're in there too.
And so then, in order just to get the people some products and say, here, try this, I guess maybe that's what I need is just a website so they can just place an order and send an email easier or something. Let me see what I can work on because I built my YouTube and I built a Patreon that I don't even use. And I deactivated that son of a gun because I took my life back from all this internet
I
time.
just put the Patreon up to make things a little easier for me. I wish you could tell me. There's some things I'm supposed to be able to do that I haven't figured out yet. Like they say something about emailing all of your fans to let them know you're on. I haven't found that feature yet. I could sure use that because, or sending them all, because right now I'm doing that all manually. I'm reminding people that I'm on. So, but anyway, uh, Louis Ta, your question. Um, oh dear. Uh, I'm not sure, Louis. All I know is that when I looked into the matter, I did see and hear in my third eye what looked to be Chris. He was very depressed, looking very depressed. And I said, did something bad happen? Why haven't we heard from you? Nobody's heard from you. Did something bad happen? And he said, it's very bad and it's also very personal. Finally, that's all I got. That's all I got from him. Okay. And he obviously didn't want to talk about it anymore. So something or other happened. And I get the impression we're not going to hear about it. Okay. It's too personal. What exactly? I think he's probably alive. I'm not sure. Um, I just I'm getting depression. There's a horrible, like very heavy energy. And that's all I can say. I can't say any more than that. Without ex, just without being out of bounds. I mean, there's limits to what I should really say. I know what I am thinking, but there's limits. I will say one thing. In the dynamics of that twin duo, um, when Cherie is sick, and I'm just saying this, I'm not saying anything happened or anything, but when Cherie is sick, Chris has always been there and he's always fixed it. Okay. And he's the one that's always been No, I'm sure she's done things too. I'm sure she's done things for him. I know that. But she's got some actual physical problems, serious ones, that might take her out early. But yet, if something would happen to Chris, she'd really be screwed. Okay? That would be rough. I'm just saying. Uh, you know, if anything was going wrong with Chris, she would be having a lot harder time than she is. But both of them would be completely despondent without the other. I can see that too. I can't surmise any farther than that, but honestly, I'd love to know, but we're not going to know. They're not. They're not telling us anything, so they must not want to talk about it. Sorry, but things have been going downhill for a while because Truth Frequency Radio has been pretty much falling apart, and that's their baby. So what is going on? I don't know, but it's been happening for a long time. Truth Frequency Radio's had its problems, and they're not getting fixed. So, I don't know.
Huh.
That's been gone for well over a year, going on for I don't know how many years now. That, there's nobody, the guy at the wheel is not there. He's had I'm not blaming anybody for anything. I'm just saying stuff is coming apart. Not sure. Has anybody ordered any Eye of Life and gotten an order? That would let us know if they're at least still alive. Because they'll answer their orders. They're pretty good at that if they're still around. Other than that, I don't know. I mean, that'd be one way to tell. If they're still fulfilling orders, then they're still around. Yeah, Lucky's gone. A lot of people are gone.
They're not
A lot of
gone.
people are jumping ship. They're taking off.
Do you want to know what the best thing I heard from a psychic recently was? She said when people say they move to the spirit world, I want to clarify that they're not really that far. Sometimes
No.
they're just like moved to the other room. Grandpa moved upstairs. Grandpa moved next door.
This is how I try to explain it. Look, in it going to the 5D or whatever you want to call it, frequency 5. It's not like you're physically walking, walking. You're basically your spirit, your loved ones are right here.
Yes.
They're right here with you.
Today I was at the DMV and I told the woman because I was so excited and nervous to get my driver's permit again, like I'm 16 years old or something. That's about the time I got pregnant with my daughter. So I was 17. But to be that feeling again. And I told that lady, I said, I haven't had my driver's license in almost 20 years. And she said, "Oh, wow." She said, "Well, I hope this works out." I said, "Me too, because I'm planning on taking my daughter's ashes to the ocean." And she said, "Oh, I am so sorry to hear that." She said, "Is that what inspired this? Like getting my driver's license?" I said, "I'm going to get my license so I can take my daughter's ashes to the ocean. I'm not going to procrastinate anymore. I'm not going to make any excuses. So do you think my daughter would assist in this journey if she knew I wanted to take her ashes to the ocean. That lady said, "Oh my gosh." She said, "I hope you get it and life goes great for you." She said, "I am just covered in chills." And I smiled because I knew my daughter was right there confirming with a total stranger. But I just had to share that moment with her. And I passed without missing one single question. But sometimes I'm learning from June that we don't get answers right away. If we want answers from the spirit world, they don't just come in and they don't speak to us like we do. It's a June. It's teaching everybody to be a lot simpler.
They actually are more action oriented. They're actions rather than so many words.
Yes, when I talk to like June, she'll say, "I'm getting a vision of." See, or
Right.
I'm seeing, and they do what's called evidential mediumship. I just had a reading with Marie Hess, who I met on Life with Ghosts as well. She's a
Mm-hmm.
psychic medium who does free readings for bereaved parents.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll pull through messages from their child. And she gave me a long email disclaimer saying she uses evidential mediumship, so she'll call forth what she's seeing. She even said, "Was Kayla a smoker?" And I was like, "Yeah." She said, and Kayla didn't think. She said, "I don't think it was just Kayla who struggled with addiction. I'm seeing maybe it was you." And I was like, "Yeah." And she said, "Kayla said she didn't believe you before you left. And she sees that you're doing it now. She said, you're doing it. And she is so proud of you, Mom." And I was like, the stuff she was giving me was accurate. See, for her to not know any of that stuff. And then she said,
I
and
know
you,
what that is because I frequently do that.
yes, absolutely. But that's actually the word for it is evidential
Yeah.
mediumship. And then she said I tried to call Kayla a shorter version of her name. And I tried to call her Kay because she was switching from Kayla to Kenny. And Kayla, my daughter, said to Marie, "I should have just let her call me Kay. It would have made things a lot easier before I left. And I made it a lot harder for my mom than it needed to." That damn near melted my heart because she was going through the name change of Kayla to Kenny, and it was a big adjustment, and the pronoun change we had just begun, the he, she. And so it was really powerful what she pulled through. And that is how Kayla keeps coming to me to facilitate healing. Things that she sees me holding on to, she wants me to let go of so that I can
Oh, I
connect
can't
on
tell
a
you how
deeper
many
level.
times David's done that.
Yes.
Thousands of times. And a lot of it concerning him. And I mean, there's a lot of things that I had to let go of because he was married to somebody for 20 years. I mean, somebody else, and he was happily married, and I was not happily married at all, and single for a whole long time, but I didn't feel like I wanted to. I was just, I was happy that he was happy. I could get myself that far, but I couldn't help but feel like I got ripped off this life, you know? Um, there's a lot of things like that I have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I got ripped off this life in a lot of ways, you know? It's when do I get to have happiness and love in a relationship? And my nice home life. And well, it looks like it might be coming up. I might be finding somebody. Uh, I'm saying in I'm intending that I do find somebody to have a good relationship with, and it doesn't have to be. Actually, I do. I want it to be a nice long-term relationship. I, but um, you know, and I've had to get over a lot of stuff like that. I've had to get over. Um, I put the brakes on a lot of things because I was afraid of the outcome of a lot of things. That
Yeah.
that I was afraid of the outcome. I actually I've had many a panic attack in my life. I had stalkers. I had I was actually getting kind of famous a couple of times. Um in a small way, not a huge way, not in like a worldwide way, but in a local way. I've been famous a few times for different things, and I'm not comfortable with it. Being in the public eye and under scrutiny constantly
Yeah.
is not easy.
No.
And I just didn't feel I had been kind of burned that way because I'd had stalkers. I'd had all kinds of weird people who thought they knew me. There's when you're a performer, you get people who they know your work, they've seen you a million times, they feel like they know you, they feel like you should know them.
I've seen The Bodyguard with the Whitney Houston.
Oh, I didn't even see that, but yeah, if that's what that's about, yeah.
Well, she was a famous singer and she was being stalked by
Mhm.
someone or a fan. Yes, a fan.
Mhm.
Someone thought she should know them as much as they loved her, and she didn't have a clue.
I know. Geez, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Honestly,
I've had those before.
there's so much. Like, I originally started this journey
Why
on.
don't you know that I'm the one for you? And it's like, right.
Yeah, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. That she had to hire Kevin Costner. If you've never seen it, you should watch it. It's a good movie.
I probably should. That
It's
would
got
be.
Whitney Houston in it. It's this song, "I Will Always Love You." You know that song? And I
Ooh, will
will
always love
love you. Ooh.
you.
And I
I will always
love
love you. I need to get
you.
I didn't realize it, but when I was doing karaoke here, they couldn't hear the music, only me. I'm like, "Oh geez. I need to
Oh,
get it to where I can have the music and I need to start getting on another channel. I need to start having music. I need to start having all music, I think.
I did that. I'm doing it on Smule, but I had to pay for it because Smule is not
Yeah,
free for
paying
iPhone
for it.
users.
I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to pay for everything I'm paying for right now. Um,
I'll tell you one secret. I just did because I got some advice from a lender at the mortgage company, right, for a loan. And she's given me some advice on how to build up my credit and get revolving credit. So I opened a secured credit card at first because my credit score was low after I got a phone with an X and some of my own mistakes in the financial world. And so what I did was I had to pay off two old debts and my credit score. So slowly I made little payments for X amount of time and just had to make sacrifices for that amount of time on things I didn't need. I actually cut the cords with YouTube. I left the YouTube partnership program and I also um, started saving some of that money. I quit paying for YouTube Premium, which was costing me like, I don't know, $12.99 or $17.99 a month. It is. And I quit paying for all those. Like, I started literally adding up what all that little stuff was coming to, that I didn't think about my monthly payings. Just like to use Smule app for singing on iPhone. Listen to this ripoff. For 1 week is $9.99. Okay? You can get 1 month for $19.99 of unlimited song usage, or a whole year for $59.99. So if you can spend that $59.99, you got a whole year's worth of stuff. You would be paying $9.99 for 6 weeks. And you see what I'm saying? In order to conserve lots of things. I can't deal with people because of my anxiety right now. I quit leaving my home when my daughter passed away. I barely left my room. I go to the park. Why? Because it's in nature. And the encounters with people are not enclosed. It's open. It's a natural grounding. I quit going in stores because I refused to wear a mask. I started shopping at home. My daughter suddenly left her body here on the floor the same year of COVID. So I became a literal hermit, and I literally am working third shift because I could not handle working with customers in a gas station. Customers who nonstop say, I need a pack of cigarettes. I need this Polar Pop. I need $10 on pump two. I need some lotto tickets. I need nonstop. And I said, I cannot do this right now with my level of healing. And it's okay to admit that you struggle with social stuff. My mom's telling me it's a social thing. I said, Mom, it's trauma and anxiety thing right now, especially with grief.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
don't like going places alone. For some reason, I used to do everything by myself. I was fine. I was fine alone. Now it bothers me. It worries me to go alone, but I can't stand being around a lot of people either.
me
I don't know
either.
what the hell is going on with me.
Me either.
I don't get it.
I'm working third shift now. I work from midnight. I almost can't even handle it because I get there early because of the bus, and often I walk if it's nice outside. And so I get there 30 minutes early, and if I'm out on the floor, on the sales floor, customers are always stopping me, asking me where stuff is, and they need help with stuff. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so peoply out here in this
Yeah,
world
I don't
that
want to go out. It's too peoply out there.
and so I'm just like, oh my gosh, can I just find a job? That's why I started learning to do some stuff from home
Mhm.
on the side.
Well, if you do like inventory, that's when the store closes, so that might be a job for you. You know, they do the inventory stuff after the stores close.
Yeah, we do all our
That's
stocking at night.
that.
Stores closed.
Stock and inventory, that's but anyway.
You can't.
Um,
Can you pin a comment to the top from another device, D Ocean? If you
um,
dropped your PayPal link, like hold on a second. Do you have another device right now?
yeah, I have
Okay,
a
hold on. I'm gonna drop a link, and I want to see if you can pin it from a different device.
mhm,
So,
mm.
do you have your PayPal link in your description box?
Well, PayPal.me/Ocean Diana. Hang on, let me just write it out.
Oh yeah, you do it, and then you can pin it to the top.
I don't know how to do that.
You have to click the three dots from a different device, not from StreamYard. I don't know if you can do it from StreamYard. I don't use StreamYard anymore. That's another thing that got eliminated from my list. I weighed my pros and cons. I use Prism for free. I pay StreamYard nothing.
Okay, let me see if this works.
I think I had a freaking almost nervous breakdown when I quit smoking weed last year. It was too intense.
I don't think it's going anywhere. No,
You
it's not doing
Can you
anything.
click on it?
No, I can't. Oh, wait. Yes, I can.
Does it say pin?
Okay, pin.
Yes.
Yes, message pinned. Okay, yeah,
You
I
did
did
it.
get it. Oh,
So
I know how to do it now. Yay! Thank you.
Did you
Thank
guys see that
you. I feel
confetti
so
earlier?
smart now. Thank you.
Did anybody witness that confetti earlier? That
Yes,
I did something and confetti fell from the sky.
I noticed that. What the hell was that?
I don't know because it's done it before. And it freaks me out because I don't have an AI thing filter on this StreamYard. I'm on your
Well, I had you. Were you around when the white light was hitting me right on my head and turning me white?
No.
Oh yeah, that happened to me, and people saw it on the screen. Yeah,
What
I
the hell
saw
is
it.
going on? Did anybody else in chat witness that
Something is
confetti?
going on. I don't know what's going on,
Well, when I
but
went back to
that
work,
might be astral snow.
astral snow.
What's known? It looked like that. It looked like snow flakes or
That's how
something.
spirits work through devices, you guys.
Yeah.
So, okay, what you could put, Ocean Diana T, is if you would like to leave a donation, here is my PayPal link. And you could put that and pin it to the top. Then people know what they're clicking on, even though it does say PayPal. But still,
Mhm.
that could pin it to the top.
Okay.
But you have to do that from YouTube. I try to do it from your StreamYard. Click on a name now and see what it tells you. Does it let you pin or put a user in timeout or something?
Wait a minute. What am I doing?
Tap on a comment on from StreamYard's comments.
From StreamYard's comments.
Yeah.
Okay. StreamYard's comments. Okay. And all it does is put it up on the screen. Like in a comment over there.
Is there three
There's
dots
these
next
three
to it?
little dots. Hang on.
Yeah, click on the
Okay.
three dots.
Star, delete, timeout, and ban.
Oh. Star?
Star.
Does that mean pin?
I have no idea.
Try it and see what happens.
Okay, let me find somebody's comment that I like. And
Is it
you
been
don't have
highlighted?
to be a star, baby,
Oh, it puts it on the
to be
screen.
in my show. Yeah. Okay, hang on.
Thank you,
Okay,
Dolly.
I found one.
Dolly Bellafiore.
Okay, I started. Now, what happened?
Oh, it was on the screen for a short time. Like if somebody says something good, you can star their comment and
Oh,
put it
no,
up on the
that's when I
screen.
do this. That's when I do that.
Yeah.
But what did starring it do?
I don't know. Do it again.
Unstar.
Hmm.
Nothing.
Try it again.
Star.
Hmm.
Oh, it turned the comment blue.
Oh,
That's all.
maybe you're going to keep an eye on that person. It's highlighting
Right.
that person.
That's what that is. It's turning it blue
Okay.
so
Try
that I
another
can
person.
see. Okay, let's see.
I've never seen
Unstar.
that option before.
Um,
Star.
yeah, delete, put in timeout, ban. I don't want to do any of those. I think that's to kind of police it. I don't think it has anything to do with. Yeah,
Yeah,
from
so on YouTube, you got different suggestions. They'll let you let people be moderators
yeah, and I've
and
made people moderated.
take
Hi,
it
Don
away.
McRon. How you doing?
It might even say managing moderators. Managing moderators help you do other things too.
Ain't no doubt about it. Yeah, I'd love to have a managing moderator. Right now, I don't have one. No, I really wish, you know what? If anybody wants to help me with this channel, please come forward. Because honestly, there's a lot more to it than you would think.
I know it is. I honestly, I know. I have really backed away from a
And
lot of it
I'm not
because I
one
couldn't
of
keep.
those people that, but you're
I
so
can't keep
fast.
up. I can't
You're,
keep up.
oh, but you're so fast. You're like, oh, I got that link in here, and I got the link to this, and I got the link to that. And I'm
I
like,
know, but do you know how
oh,
exhausted I
hey,
am?
how do I do that again? I don't know what the hell I'm
See,
doing.
I'm beginning to realize that I'm a straight up channel and spirits come right through me to assist sometimes. And it's fucking exhausting. Like, it almost could be like sometimes I just want to shut the shit off and
Well,
go live
it's
my
like
life.
in Ghost. It's like in
Yes,
Ghost. When Whoopi Goldberg
yes,
finally really starts to channel, and then the ghosts are all lined up, right?
yeah,
Because everybody's got a message for their loved ones.
yes.
Yeah, I know. I laughed so hard. And, I know people thought I was
She's
nuts.
got to get enough subscribers first, Adam. YouTube has requirements for that, I think.
Not only that, but they keep half of it.
Yeah. And I just left the YouTube partnership program because they keep 45% of your earnings.
Yeah, and I don't see the point of that.
And you have to produce so much content. And there were times that I couldn't keep up and I was falling behind in the amount of hours. And I just said, you know what? I made the decision. I cut the cord with the YouTube partnership program once, and then I came back because everybody was like, oh my God, we are not members of your channel anymore. And why'd you leave the YouTube partnership program? And what are you doing? And I had many, many reasons why I decided to leave because right now I am not bound to do anything for YouTube for them to get half my money. You see what I'm saying? I
Right.
feel like if
YouTube
people
is
want,
not doing that much for me. It's not even
no, they're
letting people
not.
know I'm on.
They're not, honestly. If you really honestly think about it, producing 4,000 hours of content a year, you've got to be producing something that is constantly
4,000
going to
hours
get
oh,
watched.
fucking bloody hell,
Yeah,
no.
yes.
Oh,
And you
God.
really don't make that much for the AdSense, for commercials, and they will put your whole video chopped up with ads just for you to make a couple pennies.
That's what I didn't want to. I didn't
And
want
what
that.
it
I
did,
never monetized my
yes, what it
YouTube.
did
I
is
never wanted to monetize it.
it messed up my message. All those
Exactly.
ads messed up my message, interrupting
Right.
it constantly. And
Right.
then the only way to cut them out is to catch somebody live. You have to catch them live in order to not have the ads. You'll get the ads as you come into the live
Hmm.
stream, but not throughout the live stream, if you haven't noticed that.
Yeah.
So I used to pay YouTube for YouTube Premium because I hate ads. I did it during the last election because I don't want to hear shit about any fucking politicians. I don't want any. What we're hearing from most people is everybody's opinion about he said, she said, and nobody really has hard facts and truths. Most people are searching all over for the truth about all kinds of things. But that's why I don't even participate in all that stuff at
Oh,
all.
Dolly, you don't have to be a star, baby,
But I
to
quit
be
paying
in
them.
my show.
I just quit listening to YouTube much because I can't stand the ads, to be honest with you. I'm sick of that one guy talking about his weight loss program. That ad with Dr. Drew, talking about donuts will make you fat. This will make you fat. If you got to cut carbs, if I hear that ad one more time just from watching a YouTube video, that's why I listen to Pandora. And I pay $4.99 for ad-free music. I need to find a new program so it'll start playing different songs. I get tired of
Oh
this.
my God,
Some
I've been on for
stations.
nearly 6 hours.
Yes, yes. I know. I knew that 2 hours ago.
What? Oh, freaking bloody hell. Oh, geez. This is
Yeah,
like
I was
crazy.
gonna go too.
Yeah, Mafia takes 50% too, and YouTube just takes a little under that, slightly. Yeah.
And
Yes.
that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say, hey, let's cut out the middleman some way, huh?
Yep, I just cut the middleman out. Sorry, Screwtube. Sorry, joke's on you. I
Well, you
just
don't have to pay for Patreon, do you?
no, but to use the streaming tools to go live on Patreon, especially from your phone, you're gonna have to pay for that service. See, I've already looked.
Uh,
Vimeo,
see, I've been
Vimeo.
trying to figure out Patreon, and I'm having a heck of a time.
It's
I'm
okay. You got to go through Vimeo or Crowdcast, and Crowdcast I think requires a computer to go live.
Yeah, I think Crowdcast. I remember reading
And
that.
yeah, you got to pay for both of them. See,
Oh,
I
fuck.
don't want to go to any more social media platforms. Honestly, I damn near broke up with YouTube. So here's just what I'm saying. I've just not been going live. I've been doing a lot of soul searching, taking walks without my headphones, and just being present. I shared that book by Thich Nhat Hanh about silence. And so I honestly am just like at this point where
I
I
got a
feel,
story about Rumble. For some reason, I'm having trouble with Rumble, and they will not send me. They're supposed to send me something at my email, and they never will send it to me.
do you ever think to yourself that maybe spirit is trying to tell you that this is not the avenue you're supposed to be going down? When
Well, that's
something
why
you
I
really
haven't
want to
done much
do,
with it, you know.
yes. I actually have a lot of stories about how that works, but the way spirit will keep the door closed, that you'll never get that email. You'll never get the verification code because spirit's telling you you don't need no Rumble right now. Maybe
Hmm.
that's like everybody else might say this is a better platform or whatever, but you really got to weigh your options and see what's working for you, see what's affordable. Um, I'm at a point where I'm not willing to pay for services much anymore. My message should be given out
Me
for
either.
free.
I'm just about
For
done
free.
with the. I'm just about to take. Well, I'm just about to take it down to where uh they have another program on StreamYard now that's like only 15. Of course, I have to pay the extra 5 for the storage. But where it's only 15 and the difference is for the difference is they have their watermark on it. I'm thinking of just going to that
Hmm.
because maybe 15, I can maybe do 15, but I'm getting tired of them.
Oh, D.
And
Yeah.
I don't get sent I don't get sent you know, I had at one time I did have some people that were actually sending me um some money once in a while. And I do now. Actually, Chloe, I want to call out Chloe, who has been kind. Uh, One with all sent me a couple bucks. Gemini has sent me some. I really appreciate anybody who has sent me some, and anybody who's joined my Patreon. And by the way, I really appreciate that. Anybody wanting to join my Patreon, it's in my description. Um, you can join for free or $1. I mean, you can upgrade to $1. That would be great, and I'd love that, but you don't have to. Because I know because somebody joined for free. It looked like they weren't going to let me have that, but somebody did join for free. So you can join for free or you can join for $1. What the hell was Puck Elf talking about? About $1? And he supposedly paid me $1 to do a reading. I did a reading. He was saying something about taking back $1 and sounded. You know what? I gave him a reading. I gave him a psychic reading for a freaking $1. What the heck?
That's
folks.
good.
I thought it was better than $1. Come on. I mean, wasn't that worth more than $1?
It is. But
I mean, he acted like I didn't give him anything for his dollar or something. I'm like, what the fuck?
it depends what a dollar means to someone and what kind of information was exchanged. It's
Well,
an
just
energy
exactly
exchange.
what he asked.
Well, that's good. Maybe he didn't want to hear it or something.
Yeah. But it's like the whole thing is, it's like, what the hell? I must have something in me, maybe. Maybe I have some shadow thing that is fighting with this right now. I don't know. Do I have a money shadow that's keeping me away from everything? I don't know.
No, part of this experience, I think, is our lesson on learning faith. Actually, one of the big things, let me pull up your chart. One of the things that I look at when I do people's natal charts is see where their Chiron is, because that's going to be their
Oh, thank you, Woo Rider.
core wound that they need to work on.
That would be nice to know, yes.
Um,
Well, that
so
doesn't surprise me. And he is, once again, like I said, I have to be very patient with people. Am I or am I not patient with people? Come on. I am. No, I am.
they
I'm
wrote
very
a song
patient
about
with
that.
people.
Guns N' Roses did.
Yeah.
It is a lesson. Everything is a lesson. Everything under the sun is a lesson. That's
What? You
what
did something to your Discord channel?
I deleted it
Okay.
because I don't want any
No, it's
more.
Woo Rider. Woo Rider's talking about he did something on Woo Rider's Discord channel.
Oh, I don't want any more social media platforms. My brain is just it fried out. I
You
think there's
know,
a glitch in my system.
I know. I don't
I
either, but
have to open this back up. Yeah.
but I'm also told I have to honor the fact that I am tired. I'm going to be tired tomorrow. I've been
Yeah,
on for
you should. It's been 6
I'm
hours,
going to
you
be
lied.
tired tomorrow. I have done some work. I should be honoring that. I don't know how
Yes.
to do that. I
Yes.
don't know how to freaking do that
We have
the
to
way that
honor
things
women.
are right now. Really don't know how. How do
Honey,
I freaking honor that?
do you know where your
How do I
Chiron
honor
is? The
myself?
ocean.
I've tried.
Oh, here we go.
Oh well.
Let me look up your chart.
Well, Woo, I'm glad you told me. And yeah, well, that's basically what I told him. You need to work on your own freaking self, my friend.
Everyone.
Well, we all do. We're all responsible
Everyone.
for ourselves. The only person you got control of is yourself.
Amen.
That's it,
Hallelujah.
man.
um, I'm looking for your chart, the ocean. Here we
And I
go.
want to thank you all for being very patient with him too, because yes, he has a tendency to flood. Okay.
Yes. I
He
see.
has a tendency to flood the chat. He has a tendency to want to, if he's up on the screen, he wants to draw attention to what he's doing, his show. And he'll mention his show like 5,000
Oh,
times.
okay.
I understand, but honestly, really, I'll mention mine a couple of times on somebody else's show, but I'm not going to mention it like every 5 minutes and say, "Hey, you guys, come here." It's like I can see he really needs attention. So I don't want to go into that too much because I don't want to talk about somebody behind their back. But it's just another thing in the work day. I'm working. It looks like. I mean, this is work. And this is
This
getting
is
to be
work.
like work. Yeah.
Yes.
And
Okay,
not getting
so
paid. And I have to be a
ironically,
psychologist in the meantime.
ironically, guess what Chiron in Capricorn is? The wound of recognition.
Yeah.
That's actually yours, D Ocean.
It's mine.
Your Chiron is in Capricorn.
That would figure. And
The
mine
I
is
was
the
just
wound of recognition.
yes, I just put it in the chat. Click on it. It's from
Hmm.
your other device.
Okay, yeah, from my other device. I can't use that one.
And let me
Okay.
here.
Okay.
Your Chiron is at 14 degrees Capricorn in the 12th house.
Oh, 12th house is both hidden enemies and what else?
That's where Chiron is.
I know, but what else is 12th house? I've
Hold
forgotten.
on. Let me get my book.
Need for achievement, feeling unrecognized, unnoticed, unheard, no matter how hard you try. Yeah. Fade into the background somehow. Am I really here? Sometimes I wonder. Am I here?
Houses.
Mhm.
Planets. What's going retrograde? Mercury?
You just
April?
want to be noticed and heard, but this is also the one thing you never seem to get. So far, yeah.
April? It's planet. Do you know when Mercury's going retrograde?
No.
Look, I need to get on it. Okay, that 12th house is the house of the unconscious. Now, see, my friend Raw Star, she does 13 houses. And so let me tell you what hers means because she says that Ophiuchus
Mhm.
rules the 10th house, house 10.
Okay.
In her chart, it's the 10th zodiac sign. She starts with Pisces, not Aries, too. She starts with Pisces and ends with Aquarius. Like we're born in water, not first with fire, but water. And let me tell you what hers says. House 12. Ruled by Capricorn, Saturn, elemental earth. This is the house of the executive, the statesman, the behind the scenes operators. This is the house where structures are formed to be implemented. It is also the house of our leadership skills and our business approach. Capricorn is a very leadership person. Ruled by Saturn, Capricorn is like the leader, the disciplinarian even is Saturn, which is the father figure.
Yeah.
And Capricorn's a sea goat. So Capricorn is an earth sign, but it's a very different energy than Taurus because Taurus is ruled by Venus, a very feminine sign.
Hmm.
Not to be
Yeah.
confused with weakness, just because it's a woman, feminine sign. Just like me as a Scorpio midheaven, I am very highly intuitive and tapping in even deeper with the Ophiuchus and Neptune. Those are both my 10th house. That's in my job. But Scorpio is ruled by Pluto and Mars. So it's a very different energy than the water sign Pisces, Scorpios. So
Mm.
she says house 10 is ruled by Ophiuchus, earth elemental sign. Elemental is the aether. Ophiuchus is not fire or water or like, but Raw Star even says Ophiuchus is the earth herself. I say spirit, aether, element, aether, spirit. This house is the house of ascension and transcendence. It's the house of balancing the dark and the light, the masculine and the feminine. This house represents the supernatural, the organic, and our unique abilities in healing and crafting. So that's your 10th house. What's in your 10th house is going to be there. That's my midheaven Scorpio 10th house and Ophiuchus and Neptune and Ophiuchus. So it matters not only in your chart where your sun is in the constellation, at what degree of energy it's carrying from the previous constellation, but also what house it's in and where that's going to affect in your area in your life. And I am going to go to the ocean because I'm starting to get a headache.
Well, I do appreciate, I appreciate all that, dear. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome. Listen, we will have to get together soon. My nephew is
Look,
supposed to come over this
sister, yeah,
week.
give me a call, will you?
Yes,
I,
I just adjusted my hours at work. Now I work 3 days a week, and so I'm taking care of some things that I wasn't able to take care of because working third shift, I sleep during the day. And it just is what works with me because I'm able to go out and do some hours of working in the world, and earn some money without going into overdrive. I could do it third shift while everybody is sleeping and the store's closed. And that's what I want to do is just do my job. So I'm sorry I haven't been around a lot lately. Plus, I've really been going through some things. I'm starting to feel better because the sun's coming out.
yeah.
But it was lovely to be here today, and thank you so much
And yeah, I'm glad you showed up, honey, like always.
for letting me know because I am not hardly ever on YouTube, and I have no notifications
That's the
on at
thing.
all.
I have to notify people individually if I want anybody to show up.
Well, it's not you personally. I just don't watch much YouTube
I
anymore.
know, but I
I
mean, just in general, YouTube is supposed to send out notifications. Maybe 4 or 5 people will get notifications.
Well, it's not that they're not giving them to me. Mine are turned off. Everything. I get nothing messages. I have to keep my phone on do not disturb because I sleep during the day. If my phone
Mhm.
went ding every time somebody had something to say, I would never get any sleep.
Right.
So I keep my phone on
I
silent.
put your phone in another room.
I would turn that motherfucker off.
Mhm. Okay, I'm getting ready to go off, and we're down to 4 people anyway. Love, I will see you next time on The Price is Right.
All right.
And
Go fly a
I
kite.
I remember you're divine
You too,
and
honey.
dream big and dream well, and the truth is where you find it. So hope you're always finding some here.
Love
Be
y'all.
kind. Be kind to yourself
Yes.
and your inner child.
Yes.
Okay, love you.
Love you.
I'm ending it here. And the rest of y'all, I'll see you over the weekend. And thank you for everybody who participated. I really appreciate your being here with me. And thank everybody who joined my Patreon. I appreciate it. And I hope to, hope to be able to there. And yeah, and there I am. Hope, trying to be disciplined. Okay, I'll see. Thank you, Woo Rider. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Take care of
Okay,
yourselves.
I appreciate all of you.
Love
I love
y'all.
you. Bye bye.